pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing for the national anthem. Alrighty. Roll call verification of quorum. Vice Chair Harrell.
Trainer,
Here.
Tribble,
Here.
Moda,
Here.
Kira,
Here.
Nimbarji,
Here.
Donovan, McClellan,
Present.
Millington,
Present.
Temple,
Present.
Capozzi, Caldwell,
Present.
Spalding,
Present.
Castillo,
Present.
Parmar, Cantrell, Perry,
Here.
Schilla, Butler,
Present.
Bethasia, Simcoe, Campbell, Domino,
Present.
Foster,
Here.
McNutt, Yalamanchili,
Present.
DeMarla,
Here.
Patel, Uchoa, Borges,
Here.
Barrickman,
Present.
Almanar,
Present.
Castellan, Hall,
Here.
Holmes,
Present.
Costas, Duke,
Here.
Saucedo,
Present.
Tache, Urea. 26 out of 40 quorum is verified.
Alrighty. Take a look at last meeting's minutes. If there are any questions, let me know. If not, Chair Temple.
Move to approve last meeting's minutes.
So motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Approval of the agenda. Take a look at the agenda for tonight. Are there any questions? If not, I will take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to approve tonight's agenda.
Been a motion to approve tonight's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in open forum. So I first want to invite Tiana Mason and Austin Wilson.
Hi, everyone. We're going to be doing a presentation on PLC, President's Leadership Council, if you don't already know it, and giving you some information.
Do you have the presentation? Oh, cool. There's also going to be an obligatory selfie that we have to do to verify that we're here. So just get ready for that as well. All right.
Austin, there should be a,
Oh, there's a
remote
clicker?
up there.
Oh, look at that. Thank you. Oh, it's on. Hold on. It could be because it's a Canva presentation. I don't know. No? Oh, there we go. And so it's really exciting for that matter. And then just a few photos of commencement. You may recognize there's your pro tem right there, Nick, as well as Board of Governors, grad walk. I know. Retreats, commencement, Board of Governors, just to show you all the exciting fun we have. Another thing that you probably want to hear about is what benefits you get.
Okay, so there are a couple different benefits. Some would be networking engagement, public speaking opportunities. In this position, you will be serving the university a lot, but you also will be networking yourself. You probably are used to this because of Senate, but this position is about really showcasing yourself, showing your passions, especially to the Board of Trustees and the deans that will be attending the events. You also will be getting professional headshots done, and you will get your own business cards with your own information on it. You get free t-shirts, as I've gotten here from one of the retreats, and then you get $500 per semester as long as you complete the hours and then you don't receive any demerits or strikes.
And then just to add on, you get a free professional suit, which is really nice as well. A really cool UCF tie, or also a scarf for the ladies, as well as a lapel pin, which I've been told is like 24 karat gold, but I don't know. And then other things as well. Really have to press it. Time commitment. So what is the time commitment of the President's Leadership Council? You all, of course, are very busy people, I'm sure, since you're committing to Senate as well. So when it comes to service hours, from basically the date of acceptance, which will occur sometime around April, we'll have about 75 hours you'll need to obtain up until the December of the last year in the year. Spring semester, it's a little bit less. It's going to be 50 hours, and it's really doable in terms of achieving those hours. That is how you get your $500 stipend each semester. It's important to note that you earn hours through biweekly meetings. So every other Tuesday, PLC has a meeting actually here in the Charge On Chamber. So you're pretty familiar with this location. And then other times when it's not a meeting with PLC, it's a workshop. And you can actually get hours through that as well. So basically, PLC has meetings every Tuesday during the semester between a meeting and a workshop where you get to hear from deans, as Tiana was mentioning, as well as do other leadership development opportunities as well. You do service events. We've volunteered everywhere from feeding children everywhere. We've donated things to Knight's Pantry. Commencement counts as well as a whole bunch of other things too. And then retreats. We actually just did in the first, I've been a part of PLC for 3 years. This year will be my last, but I've been a part of it for 3 years, and we just brought back in-person retreats. So they brought the whole PLC. They didn't tell us where we were going, actually. They just put us on the bus, and they brought us to this location. It was really nice, though. They called them villas, and so it was really nice to stay in those. And so it was really exciting just to get to bond with your PLCers. So you have that opportunity, as well as other retreats. So there's a mid-year retreat, too, and then biweekly meetings as well.
Here are some eligibility requirements before you actually do the application, just to make sure that you are qualified for it. You do have to already be in junior standing. You can get your credits from another university, but you do have to be in junior standing here. You also have to have a 3.0 GPA at the time of applying. PLC requires that you do have this and you maintain this GPA throughout it, because then it could be, you might be on probation if it does fall because you already committed yourself to making sure that you already had these requirements. You need to also be a full-time student and then also develop your leadership. As much as PLC loves that we're committed to PLC, you also want to be able to be engaged throughout the community. You also have already shown this by being senators here and then everyone else that's in the back as well. Just make sure that you're following these requirements, not only at the time of your applying, but make sure that you're continuing these guidelines throughout the application process and when you get on PLC as well.
And then most importantly, passion for the university. That's the last line. You can tell we did this presentation a lot. Share your stories. So one of the biggest tips when it comes to applying to PLC, just to note the application is due February 14th, which I think is Valentine's Day, but also note that is the application due date, is just being able to tell your story. You know, PLC isn't looking for 30 of the same individuals. They're looking for each individual to have a different story and to be able to share it. It's really great to, you know, in your application to formulate, you know, not necessarily what PLC can do for you, but what you can do for PLC, because they're really looking for that servant leadership and that ambassadorship. And so it's really important because, again, it elevates your journey, your college experience with the rest of the community. And just if you have that love for UCF, you want to embody the UCF creed, you know, you'll be a great member of PLC. Like a delay. There we go.
Okay, so here's going to be the timeline. As Austin already mentioned, the application deadline is going to be on Valentine's Day, so just keep that in mind. Keep that on your calendars if it's not already. The selection interviews will be during March 6th through the 8th. That is only if your application is already going on to the next process. For the application, you might be denied an interview or you might be able to get to the interview process. So keep that in mind too, because you're not always guaranteed an interview for PLC. After that, you will be notified of your acceptance or or encouraged to apply again the next year during March 10th. Keep that in mind as well. And then you will be serving at commencement in May. So that is mandatory. So make sure you mark that in your dates if you do are able to get onto the PLC. The new council orientation will be during March 25th. That should be the week after spring break. And then the spring retreat will be April 22nd on 2023. So make sure that you follow this timeline too, so then you're not surprised if an email doesn't come along, so then you don't miss any important dates for it. Did I say anything?
Yeah. And then
Okay.
in terms of staying up to date with the latest news from PLC, there's this cleverly named Pegasus Network. It includes all the things regarding recruitment, events, different application advice and reminders. So if you're interested in hearing all of that, you can scan this QR code to join the Pegasus Network, as well as there's the PLC website, which you can just type in by finding ucfplc.edu, and you'll be able to find this information as well. But I'll give a second for anyone who wants to scan it. You're scanning with your eyes, so I'll just move on. And then lastly, just make sure, if you have any other questions and everything, Tiana are here and we can answer any questions right now if you have any. Or the best point of contact would be either Fran or Jake. They're the recruitment coordinators this year. They put a lot of work into this presentation that we just presented here today, as well as a bunch of other events. And so they really are dedicated and excited to tell you more about PLC. So please reach out to them. Just don't wait till February 14th to do it. I'd do it a little sooner just to be prepared for the application. But if there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer them at this time. And if there's one right there.
Chair Trainer.
Hi guys. What were some of your favorite events at PLC?
You go first.
There was one event that I did. It was the Constellation Society. So me and I think about 8 other PLC members got to work with donors that donated over $100,000 to the university. And we were there. It was really good food. There was lobster there. It was steak there. But I also got to talk to a lot of the UCF alums from maybe about 30 something years ago, and I got to talk to them. It was very exciting to see how much they've grown, and I've got to actually watch a lot of alums cry because a lot of their money was put towards a couple of different improvements that we have on campus. So it was a really great event, and just seeing the progress that UCF has made.
And then I guess for me, I would say the Board of Trustees and the Board of Governors meetings, because I'm just a nerd for like the government and the governance side of things. So that was really cool to have those individuals. One, the trustees who serve the university, as well as having the Board of Governors come for their yearly meeting at UCF. That was pretty cool to see those individuals interact with the UCF community.
Vice Chair Mordy.
Okay, so thank you so much for coming, guys, and thank you for all the work you do to benefit the student body. I just have a serious question. So I found it interesting, one of the stated responsibilities of PLC is to be receptive of student body concerns. So how was PLC influential in the process of responding to the impact of the hurricanes the student body experienced last semester?
So in terms of that, that's a good question. I would say PLC at the core is an ambassador program for the university to be able to share the stories when it comes to alumni, donors, whoever is visiting the UCF community through tours as well. The advisor capacity, that one was more so something that I was a part of when I first joined PLC. That was probably back in like 2019. And so it's kind of more molded a little bit. That role has shifted a little bit more to the Student Advisory Council, which is overseen by the DEI VP, Dr. Andrea Guzman. However, I will say PLC is trying to get more back into the advisorship role to not just the president, but the deans and the university leadership. They actually, after we just met recently with Dr. Andrea Guzman, they discussed how we will be having an advisory meeting coming up. And so while in the time of the hurricane and everything in the instances that happened there, PLC wasn't as active, it's because we weren't necessarily giving a defined advisory role at that point. However, moving forward, and if you were to join the new council and everything, you would have that opportunity to be more of an advisor. Yeah, of course.
Before we keep going, Senator Taché.
President vote.
So note at 7:29 p.m. Vice Chair Choa.
President voting.
So note at 7:29 p.m. Chair Temple.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening. So I heard that there was an event regarding the Board of Governors and Board of Trustees. Could you please care to expound upon how PLC fits into all of that and what you guys have been discussing with the Board of Governors with regards to all the recent activity of the state legislature regarding education?
So in terms of that, it's not necessarily the core critical issues that the Board of Governors addresses or anything. What you are is, again, an ambassador for the university when it comes to interacting with the Board of Governors, whether it be at the planned events, receptions that occur while they're at the university, as well as you just get to kind of have that personal time with them a little bit. So in terms of like actual issues, I would defer that, to what the GAP committee does, what the executive branch does, as well as what the Student Advisory Council does when it comes to the policy issues. PLC doesn't necessarily dive into policy. It's more of that overall university representation when it comes to the UCF Creed, telling them kind of, we're the 29% of individuals who work at Kennedy Space Center for UCF alumni, things like that, making sure you're the best ambassador when it comes to those kind of things.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions?
All right.
Seeing none, thank you.
Can we take our selfie?
You may.
Okay. Nick, do you want to be in it? Nick, since Nick is also in PLC, so well. All right, everyone. Smile. Cool. Thank you for your time.
Alrighty, moving right along. I spoke to Senator Yalmanchili. He has to leave early, so Yalmanchili.
Move to Senate forum.
Motion to go to Senate forum. Any objections? Seeing none, sworn to Senate forum. Senator Yalmanchili.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand before you today, not just as a senator, but as a concerned member of the student body, in that I have received news from multiple people who have been attending therapy sessions with CAPS counselors that the number of allowed visits to CAPS has been reduced from 6 per academic year to 6 for life. And I have found this very concerning in that mental health services are extremely, extremely important, especially to people of minority communities, especially to the marginalized, especially to LGBTQ people, especially to people with hostile parents, etc. And so I do find it unreasonable that for people to have 6 therapy sessions when a typical UCF student will be here for 4 years. 4 years are 8 semesters. 6 therapy sessions for 8 semesters is less than 1 per semester. I do believe that is an unreasonable cut if this is true. This is what I hear from multiple people. This is not mentioned on the CAPS website. I do believe that CAPS should be transparent about this change. I do believe that if this is true, they should send an email to the entire student body letting them know that this is the change. At the beginning of the Senate session, many senators promised that we would be helping CAPS. We were unable to. We found out that the budget that the Senate and the ANSF Budget Committee oversees does not include CAPS. But we should make it clear that Senate does not stand for cuts to CAPS of any kind. We are a student body of 67,000 people, 67,000 students of this university, many of them who need mental health services, do not deserve and cannot afford a cut to CAPS of any kind. And we must make our displeasure clear and seek more answers from the university administration and pressure them once more that CAPS is protected, defended, and expanded, because people's mental health that affects student grades, general worldviews on life, it all depends on it. And so I would like to make that clear again, not just as a senator, but as a concerned member of student body, speaking for other concerned members of the student body. In addition, I would like to draw attention to what is going on in Turkey. There's been an earthquake of the magnitude 7.8. The death toll there is 21,000. A lot of people have died. This has been one of the most calamitous catastrophes that the world has experienced in decades. And for the people in southeastern Turkey and in Syria, I would like to request a brief 1-minute moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Tache.
So just real quick, I'm assuming you'd rather me do this later in the meeting, but I can answer a lot of questions about what we can do regarding caps because I kind of went through every channel possible and figured out why I don't think there's much we can personally do. I think there's things other students can do and things potentially exec can do, but we can unpack that more later in the meeting.
In the interest of time, I will have us unpack that later in the meeting. Pro Tem Foster.
Move to open forum.
So motion to return to open forum. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Senator Donovan.
President voting.
So noted at 7:36 p.m. And now I just want to invite Victoria Schinker up to speak.
Hello, everyone. My name is Victoria Schinker. I am a senior, currently majoring in political science and minoring in sociology. I've been at UCF for only about a year now, but unfortunately, I've noticed some issues in the political science department, and it is affecting myself and 100 others that are also under the program. I decided to take action and create a survey that would help me understand if there are others that are feeling the same way that I am, and if there are any other additional experiences that I haven't experienced. Some of the main issues that we have focused on are the lack of in-person classes, lack of resources, and promotion of events that are happening on campus or locally for the political science department. And for the program, there is a huge imbalance of in-person and online classes. There are a lot more online classes that are offered, and I see this consistently with the social sciences programs. And it looks like we don't really have a choice to even have enough in-person classes. And I want students to be able to get everything that UCF has to offer, and one of those things would have access to more of these in-person classes. And then when I'm looking at the lack of resources, I want to speak for everyone who isn't under the pre-law track and who don't want to be a lawyer. I don't want to use my bachelor's degree or go to law school or anything like that. I want to focus more on political organization and campaigning. And for me, I see very few options that go down that route. And unfortunately, I see even more options for the intelligence community and less for the political organization. So to be able to have those resources that encompass the whole political science field would be a great improvement for our program. And lastly, the main issue is the lack of promotion for events or workshops that do happen on campus. For example, there was a UCF political organization boot camp that was hosted by Representative Anna Eskamani and also the People Power of Florida. And if you don't know, Representative Anna Eskamani is a UCF alumni who also majored in political science and got her master's from UCF as well. So for this to not even be promoted in our political science program is kind of outrageous to me. So the only way I even knew about the event that was happening on the UCF campus was through Instagram. And so these are the types of issues that need to be covered. And with you guys' help, it would be done in more of a timely manner, and we would be able to get these things done a little bit quicker before the fall semester. And I did send a flyer of the survey, but I'm not sure if that's able to be put up on the screen. But for anyone who is a political science major or is an undergraduate student or a graduate student, you would be able to scan the survey and tell me what types of things that you see that is inconsistent in the political science program. And eventually I'd be able to go to the director of the School of Politics and be able to present these issues with you guys' support. Thank you so much for your time.
Alrighty, is there anyone else wishing to speak during open forum? Seeing none, announced from student body president, none, announced from student body vice president Martinez.
everyone. I hope you had a great start to your week. Not a lot for me today. This past week, we had our night shot event, and it was really successful. Your students are going to start receiving their headshots pretty soon, so that's pretty exciting. Applications for Day at the Capitol are due Friday the 17th, so make sure that you are applying because it's going to be a really exciting event. The next ADSB meeting will be Monday 20th at 11 a.m. if anyone is interested in attending. They will be virtual, so just let me know if you can't see the link. I'm going to try to post that on the website. And then for actually, that's done for me.
All right. Are there any questions for the Vice President, Chair Turnbull?
Yeah.
Good evening, Vice President Lopez Martinez. Sorry, quick question about Day at the Capitol. Could you just give the Senate a brief update about Day at the Capitol's application so far?
Yeah. So for Day at the Capitol, we are doing, due to the vast amount of applications that we've had in the past, just to make sure that we are selecting just different types of students and from different sections of the university, so it goes above student government. We can bring more people. We are doing an interview process after the application, and we'll be interviewing everyone from the 20th to the 23rd, right after the applications are due, and then we'll let everyone know. And then afterwards, we'll be having a general prep session where everyone will have the opportunity to ask about how to lobby, how lobbying will work, and we'll have Gray Robinson, our lobbyist company here, as well as the University Government Affairs. Austin will be here, kind of giving everyone an overview, and then we'll have prep sessions on each legislation that we're lobbying for. That's kind of a little overview.
All right. Are there any other questions for Vice President Martinez? Seeing none, Comptroller's report, Vice President Martinez.
Okay, so CRT current account balance is $142,802 with 95 cents, with a reversion rate of 0.9%. And then the FAO current account balance is $100,000 with 24 cents and a reversion rate of 1.11%.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Vice President Martinez? Seeing none, thank you. Alrighty, Cabinet Forum. I believe Coordinator Boyson is speaking for Attorney General Moore. All right.
Hi, Senate. So good to be back. So the Attorney General's report, she wanted me to say, hello, Senate. I hope we're all doing well. Tonight, I met with a few senators this week to discuss Title IX and draft some preliminary pieces of legislation. I also completed my review of Title III, Title IV, and Title IX, and Senate Rule 4. As a result, I've sponsored internal bills 54 through 31 and 54 through 32. 5431, 5432, and Resolution 5436. I'll be sending over any outstanding proposed revisions to the appropriate committees next week. I'm continuing to work with the Election Commission and help prepare them for election violations. Title VI has been updated with Internal Bill 5417 and is published on the website. Per usual, feel free to utilize the opinion request form. And she's been out of the office for half the week because she's sick, but she will be back next week.
All right. Are there any questions for Coordinator Boyson? Seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Chief Justice. Chief Justice Silva.
All right, good evening. Yesterday, we had Supervisor McGregor come to our GBM to further inform our justices about the election process. We loved having her. She was great. Applications for the new internal will close tomorrow at 5 p.m., as well as applications for Associate Justice Seat 3 will open at midnight tonight. And then finally, our spring judicial retreat will be next Friday from 9 to 5 in the conference room. We're going to have Sky come and train our justices so that they can be trained members of the Sky panel. And I've reached out to fiscal committee chairs to see if they'd be willing to come to the retreat to further inform us of their fiscal processes so we can make more educated decisions when it comes to fiscal appeals. Any questions?
All righty. Are there any questions for Chief Justice Silva? Seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Supervisor of Elections. Supervisor McGregor.
everyone. Just a couple of announcements from me. Declaration of candidacy has begun. So if you'd like to run for your seat in the 55th session, please make sure to turn in that candidate application packet by tomorrow at 5 p.m. Also, if you know anyone who's been interested in running for student government, please let them know about elections and that they can run for Senate or student body president. Also, just a general reminder, the office is considered a neutral zone, so please do not talk about the election in the office. And if you have any questions about the election, please email me or set up a meeting. Thank you.
Alrighty. Are there any? Hold on. Are there any questions for Supervisor McGregor? I have a question. When is, just so everyone hears it a second time, when is the deadline to apply for Senate?
February 10th, tomorrow at 5 p.m. on Night Connect. Thank you.
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Acting Chair, Chair McClellan.
Forgive me for not going up there. Good evening, everybody. Tomorrow we will have our last meeting before the special session at 9 a.m. in the Sanibel boardroom. If you have any budget questions or approached by anybody asking you about the budget, please reach out to me and I'll happily answer any questions you may have or anybody else may have. Thank you.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair McClellan? Chair Campbell.
Yeah. So the 9 a.m. special session that you mentioned, what day is that?
So tomorrow is just a normal budget committee meeting at 9 a.m. in the Sanibel boardroom. The special session is going to be next Thursday during Senate. So it's the same exact time as Senate, but it's going to be a special session so that it could be directly focused on the budget only. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair McClellan? Seeing none. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair, none. Announcements from Senate President. Alrighty, hey everybody. Kind of run down again. Always, if you want to schedule a meeting, go for it. I'm here. We're always here. And then just to reiterate that if you do intend to graduate this spring, to please try to fill out that form so we can get the stoles ordered by the 24th of this month. I want to get those in as soon as we can so that we can get those moving. Last thing that, is normal is that if you need to change committee or caucus, please let me know so we can make that adjustment as easy as possible for everyone. And then the last three things is that first, I made a transfer with the approval of the president's signature of the comptroller of $45,000 from the Senate Working Fund to the Travel and Registration Fund. This was requested to maintain the CRT account's solvency. It's a good thing. We're on track to run out. It means people are using it. Also means we're running out. So this was something that the fiscal leadership agreed was a good idea. So we've made the steps necessary to move that forward. Last couple things here. First, kind of what D.L. McClellan mentioned. We are having our special session next Thursday. It will replace our regularly scheduled session. All of you should have gotten an email regarding it with the memorandum that it's going to be same time, 7 p.m. right in here. It'll probably be a very packed room compared to normal because there's going to be a lot of people very interested in the process. So just be prepared for that, as well as between now and then, D.L. McClellan is working on educational things to help everybody before the meeting have a better understanding of the budget and things like that. So we'll definitely have more information about that in the coming days. Apply for Senate, That's the reason I asked that question. I know a lot of us are graduating. Some of us have other things that we got to do, but I know some of you are interested, and I know we like to wait till the literal last second to send stuff in. 4:59 p.m. tomorrow. It's before 5. Get it in. Definitely as many of you returning as possible. We'd love to see it. And then last thing I just wanted to briefly touch on, because next week is going to have a lot to do with the budget, but I think is important, is just next week is going to be a tough week for a lot of people. I think a lot of us know that. Some of us in student government and some of us just in general. I'm not going to rehash that because I don't want to bring that stuff up. So much as I can say, for one thing, there will be a vigil next Valentine's Day. But I would highly encourage everyone to have grace with each other next week. It's going to be tough for people. It's going to be tough from a mental health and emotional health etc. Speaking personally, going to a school 20 minutes away from that was very difficult. And I know that there are people who very intimately understand that. Love on each other. Use the time that you have to make sure that you understand that everyone in here is appreciated, and that I'm of the personal opinion that the highest calling that we have is to love each other and to know that we're capable of being loved. And it's hard. It's extremely hard, especially given the nature of the anniversary. But at the same time, it's an opportunity for us to come together as a community to lift people up. And I think that it's incumbent upon us, not as senators, but as just decent human beings, to do that as much as we can. And I definitely encourage you all as much as you can, whether it's the vigil on campus, other aspects of ways that you can express that, to do so if possible. And just recognize that we deal with a lot of sometimes very petty things in here, but there are things that matter more. There are deeper things. And sometimes we get lost in that in here, but also understand that it can be taken away like that. So just something to kind of keep in mind as we kind of move forward. Again, the budget's going to make next week difficult enough as it is, with everything else considered, to definitely take the time, and especially to those who are more directly impacted, to please take the time that you need. It's going to be a long meeting next Thursday. If you don't feel that you can attend, more than happy to submit an LJR request for that. With that, are there any questions for me, Chair Devil?
More so a question for the DLEG, please.
Yeah.
DLEG McClellan, how far into the educational materials are you with the budget?
Kind of started it, but I'm not finished with it by any means.
Quick follow-up.
Go.
Would you be at all open to some help with that by chance? Because I had worked with the prior chair in developing some educational materials for the budget.
Yeah, I'm open to any collaboration, any advice you might want to give. Yeah.
Alrighty. Any other questions for myself? Seeing none, internal legislative assistant report, Riley Almachili.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is unfortunate that this week and next week I was unable to carry out my duties as ILA because of a severe medical incident last week. But I am very grateful to DLEG McClellan for running today's SLC meeting in my stead. He delivered a good crash course on statutes of student government, as well as Senate rules. It was a very well-designed presentation, and I really appreciate him for it. And I'll be leaving soon. So I'm sorry, Brody, but before we have begun Senator shout-outs, let me just say that I shout-out DLEG McClellan for helping out with SLC today, and for helping the SLCers learn more about our statutes and our Senate rules. And it's typically boring stuff, but he made it interesting. And so I really appreciate him for it. And I haven't forgotten, I have this day in history fact. In the year 474, on the 9th of February, a fellow named Zeno was crowned emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire. So that happened. Thank you.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Riley Almachili? Seeing none, external legislative assistant report, ELA DeMarla.
Hello, I hope everyone's doing good. I'm starting my one-on-ones for the semester. These one-on-ones can be regarding Senate initiatives, D meeting initiatives, or just about life in general. So I set up a Calendly link, and yeah, I hope to at least talk to most people in here, and it's chill. It's not formal or anything.
All right. Any questions for ELA DeMarla? Seeing none, Senate President Pro Tempore report, Pro Tem Foster.
Hey y'all, just a quick reminder that this is your last chance to fill out the when to meet to schedule your headshots I think about like 10 people filled it out. It's obviously more than 10 people in the room right now. So if you want your headshots, you probably won't get them unless you fill out the when to meet. And then as of tomorrow, I will finalize times next week to provide those headshots. And then ILA Elementary kind of beat me to it today, but I would like to give a shout out to the D-Like McClellan for leading SLC today. I was able to sit in on it, did a really great job. And, you know, if he helps out next week, I would be very appreciative of that. And I'm sure ILA Elementary would be appreciative of that as well. I'll be meeting with Athletics Director Fran next week to discuss a student government-wide field day. So that will hopefully take place next month. It's supposed to be super fun, kind of, I guess, I hate using this buzzword, but, you know, build inter-branch relations. I think it'd be super cool. We see what the IM teams do, kind of brings us all together. So hopefully we can do something, you know, student government-wide to kind of get everybody involved. Similar to Senate President, don't forget to fill out this form if you'd like to meet with anyone in the Pro Temp's office. And I don't have this in my announcements, but I see a couple SLCers sitting in the crowd, and I'm really happy that you decided to come. Sometimes, you know, the meetings can be super long. They go until 12 o'clock, and we talk about things that you don't understand or it might not be relevant to like we're talking about. But, you know, a lot of the ones were really engaged today in the meeting. So thank you for coming. I appreciate your presence here tonight.
All right. Are there any questions for Pro Tem Foster? Chair Borges.
Would we be able to submit our own headshots possibly? I can't make any of the times on the when to meet, and the ones before I didn't exactly love them, which is fine. I just was wondering.
I think it's something that we could definitely talk about. I guess it would depend. Would your headshots be in front of TA?
Yeah, I'd probably just go back and just like have someone take another one. Yashka did a really good job, but I wasn't wearing what I wanted to. So
I don't have an issue with it as long as Dylan doesn't then. So
yeah, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. I think we'll do this next round, and then you're more than welcome to be honest. Yeah, go for it. Are there any other questions for Pro Tem Foster? Chair Moda.
Okay, I have a Canon, so if nobody can make that time, I can take them, I promise. I can do for free too, so it's fine.
Well, let's aim to make sure that the person that is being paid for the job does it first, and then if not, we'll go with that. But I love the enthusiasm, definitely. Let's hope that they do their job. With that, are there any other questions for the Pro Tem? Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs, Dylan McClellan.
Hello again, everybody. This week, 3 pieces of internal legislation were submitted and will be remanded to LJR this week. We have a very rare occurrence this week. There are no fiscal bills whatsoever on this agenda. That is very interesting and very rare. As always, all internal legislation needs to be submitted to me by 5 p.m. on Wednesdays, not only just to myself, but Pro Tem Foster as well must be included to be considered. And then once you submit legislation, keep an eye out for a follow-up email. And if you ever have any questions or would like any help concerning any piece of legislation or anything else, please let me know.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Dylan McClellan? Seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations report. Who's reading it? Oh, Dylan McClellan.
Hi, guys. I'm sorry you've heard my name so many times and my voice this much already, and it's not even 8. But I'm going to read this word for word. Hello, everyone. AJ isn't here tonight, so I'll be reading the announcements tonight. Not that last part. Parentheses, tough voice, end parentheses. I want to make a special shout out to everyone involved in our soccer team. We were eliminated, sadly, in the playoff bracket last night. We didn't have the outcome we wanted, but we all walked away knowing we'll be coming for vengeance next year. I want to personally thank our mascot, Speaker Hall, for coming out to the game. Not only was he the name of our team, but he had an amazing fit alongside Commissioner Foster. Parentheses, happy voice, end parentheses. However, our volleyball team is currently on fire, and we're going for the championship. We lost our game on Monday, but then when we won our game on Tuesday was a total blowout, and now we are proceeding to the quarterfinals. I'm not reading the last part. Parentheses, Ryan, I expect you to scream, end parentheses. Shout out to the judicial for coming to cheer them on, and then to the only 3 senators who showed up, Nick, Sierra, and Leslie. Seriously, though, people, come out and cheer for our championship team. Our next game is Monday night at 9:50 p.m. Also, we are starting a flag football team. If you want to join, tell Mr. Nick, and he'll set you up.
Alrighty. Are there any questions, Vice Chair Ochoa?
So I had a bet with AJ. Do you think he's gonna pay me or no?
Don't count your money before you cash out.
Wait, Pot. Did you bet against Senate winning that game? All right. All right, that's a little dark. I'm gonna go Chair Temple and then ELA.
I just wanted a point of information. Although our team lost last night, we did play fantastic, and we actually scored a goal against the opposing team, which was a very, very good goal. So shout out to my friend Ethan Fuller, who actually scored that goal. I'm trying to remember the details of it exactly, but it was fantastic.
ELA tomorrow.
AJ also owes money because I bet it against the soccer team. So
I'm starting to think we threw the game. We definitely didn't. Chair Temple or Chair Campbell.
Yeah. What was the end score? Don't answer that.
Chair Temple. Chair Temple knows.
For the dignity of a coach, I will refrain from answering. If I may.
Go for it.
I'll tell you in when CRT caucuses.
We lost by a bit. Vice Chair Ochoa.
Oh yeah. Nick also bet against the team, so it was me, DeMarla, and Nick.
All right. Yeah. Chair Temple.
Final question to the vice chair, to Vice Chair Ochoa.
Go for it.
Pardon me if this is a bit intrusive, but how much did you bet?
I don't want to get into details.
Understandable.
$10.
I will also say, just to add to that before we move to caucus reports, a special shout out to Chief of Staff Greenaway, who became a soccer legend. I don't know how much he knew about how to play soccer, but he gave it the old college try and did pretty good. Chair Campbell.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds like a bad game, but those sound like really sound bets. Those sound like really good bets. I don't know why we're all frowning on this. You made money.
I'm gonna go Chair Almanar, and then we're moving on.
I want to state that it was a rough season and the RWC refs had it out for us. Sierra got a concussion. I got kicked in the shin. Patrick got kicked in the head, and there was no concussion protocol up there. He got hit in the shoulder. AJ got kicked in the knee. The terrible refs.
They probably tried their best. We're gonna move forward. Caucus reports. APIA caucus report. I'm gonna let ELA DeMarlo go for it.
Hello. So I'll be speaking for AJ since he's not here. So I'll just read exactly what he said. We actually had a really long and good discussion about hosting an APHM event in April. We're currently in talks with MSC and APAC on organizing one on the third week of April.
Alrighty. Any questions for ELA DeMarlo? Seeing none. Black Caucus report. Chair Holmes.
Hi, everyone. Just a reminder that we do have our Black Business Showcase coming up on February 21st from 12 to 4 p.m. After a long search, we finally acquired our speaker, Miss Andrea Small, Director of Operations from the Orlando African Chamber of Commerce, to speak on the topic of the racial wealth gap that's here in Central Florida. Also, please be on the lookout for our Black orgs hosting events for Black History Month. BSU had a tabling event, a Black Wednesday event yesterday, and it was really good. It was Valentine's Day themed, and there was a lot of different vendors there and Black orgs there, and the music was really good. And the Arboretum is hosting Good Days on February 25th from 12 to 3 p.m. This event will be hosted at the Arboretum Park and is meant to introduce Black student organizations on campus to the natural resources and opportunities available to them there. And the event will also serve as a reintroduction to group volunteering, where the first hour of the event will be spent volunteering with different groups around the park for anyone interested in in-service opportunities. So if you'd like any more information on any events going on this month, please let me know and I'll send them over or put them in the Senate-wide chat. That's all from me.
Alrighty. Any questions for Chair Holmes? Seeing none. Disability Caucus report. Chair Campbell.
Well, good evening, everyone. During our meeting this week, we picked 3 RSOs to reach out to and offer our other ex officio seat on the caucus. We decided on the American Sign Language Club, CAPS Peer Educators, and Copper Knights. We'll be sending an email out to them each this week, and the seat is first come, first serve, with possible temporary seats for the other two that would like to attend, if so desired. Vice Chair Duke and I are also planning to reach out to the contact that Brody gave us, props Brody for that, to hopefully figure out the process of how the Pride Commons was created and how a Disability Commons can follow in their steps, just to minimize the amount of headache and hopefully a lot of the red tape. If anyone would like to join the Disability Caucus, we meet on Wednesdays at 1:30, and we do a hybrid option both in the conference room and over Zoom. And we will not post memes to get members.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Campbell? Seeing none, Latin Hispanic Caucus report, Chair Salcedo.
Hi, everyone. There is no caucus meeting tomorrow, and our Afro-Latin Unity Day is going to be next week on Thursday from 12 to 2, so please show up and support your RSOs.
Are there any questions for Chair Salcedo? Chair Holmes.
I could have texted you this, but did you want to share the Google Doc for the playlist to me so I can put the music, or did you want me to just send you the playlist?
I'll text you.
Alrighty. Are there any other questions for Chair Salcedo? Seeing none, LGBTQ plus Caucus report, none, Women's Caucus report, Chair Moda.
Hi, everybody. So we did not reach quorum this week, so we didn't meet, but we are working on the Women's Day market with MSC. So, yeah.
Alrighty. Senator Taché.
So, question for the speaker. Caucuses can meet if they don't meet quorum, right? They just can't vote on things?
Technically, yeah.
Okay. Wanted to let you know because I also let Elle know this week.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Moda? Seeing none, unfinished business, none. Fiscal Committee caucus time. CRT will be caucusing here for 15 minutes.
I call this meeting to order at 8:10 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Vice Chair Perry.
Chair Trouble.
Here.
Senator Harrell.
Present.
Senator Batasia. Senator Duke. ORS Rep.
Here.
Pro Tempore Rep.
Present.
6 out of 5. Quorum is certified.
Okay, take a look over last meeting's agenda and then I'll take a motion. McClellan.
Move to approve last meeting minutes.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, take a look over today's agenda and I'll take a motion. McClellan.
Motion to approve today's agenda.
There's been a motion to approve today's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, it stands approved. Announcements from me. We're seeing 2 individual allocations, and it looks like we'll be seeing them as a block. Announcements from the vice chair. None. Announcements from committee members. Tyler.
Nobody sanctioned.
Beautiful. Announcements from non-committee members. No? Okay. So we're in old business allocations 54,364 and 54,371. Is there a motion to see allocations 54,364 and 54,371 as a block? Okay. So Aaron and Lauren, is there a motion for speech, questioning, debate? Brianna?
Move for 3-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
There's a motion for 3-minute speeches, 2-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Aaron or Lauren, you guys have 3 minutes to tell us a little bit about who you are, what conference you're going to, and what you're requesting funding for.
Okay. Hi. I'm just glad I didn't have to speak in front of all those people because I was really scared, not going to lie. So I'm Lauren and this is Erin. We're both student nurses. We're at the Daytona campus and we're both members of SNA, which is Student Nurses Association. And we're going to have a national conference and it's located in Nashville, Tennessee this year. And it's April 12th through the 16th. And we are just really wanting to go to this because it's going to provide an opportunity for a lot of networking for hospitals and to speak to a lot of people about that, as well as since we're going to be new graduates, we graduate in May, it'll provide a lot of opportunity for us to prepare like for the interviewing process and how to specifically make like resumes and stuff like that. It'll also help us prepare for the NCLEX, which we'll have to take at the end for our license. They have daily reviews, which will be really helpful. And they have a lot of hands-on like workshops and stuff that will help us prepare as well for when we enter the nursing field. Is there anything you want to add? Oh, I think I said, oops. I don't know if I already said it, but like network, I think I already said networking opportunities. Okay. Do you have any questions?
Okay, we're now in a period of questioning. Thank you. Brianna?
So I see here that you guys have the same quote for hotels. Were you guys planning on staying together? Yes, we were going. So we're trying to split the room 4 ways. Our president is trying to decipher like who's going to be where right now. For us, we know for sure there's going to be 3 people in that room. So it's a whole thing, but we will be splitting the cost of the room.
We're trying to do 4. That's the original plan. But there's another girl that is still kind of borderline on whether she's coming or not and if she's going to apply for funding. But right now we are 3 and then we hope to get the 4th because there are 3 groups of 4 going all together.
You mentioned that you're part of SNA. Are you receiving funding through the bill that they got in any way, shape, or form?
No, that's only for the board members. So they came to motion a bill, and then that was just for the
SNA Daytona?
Yes.
Okay.
Harrell.
Just to clarify for you guys, so unfortunately we can't split up the hotel. So like we can't put like 45 on yours and 25. Like we can't split it up. We can only put it on one person's allocation, and then we can't split them up between different individual allocations. So the numbers that are on there are for individuals. So it's already been divided up, if that makes sense. So the way the business office works is they'll pay for the room on your behalf. And if they won't pay like for a portion of a room, if that makes sense. So would we have to get all 4 people to apply for, like anybody that's staying in the room would have to apply for funding in order for them to pay for lodging? Or I don't know if that makes sense.
The funding for lodging would only be able to be used by one person for that one room. So all 4 of you wouldn't be able to get funding for your room.
Yeah. So we'd have to have an individual room.
Clellan?
Either individual rooms or only one of you takes the cost on your allocation.
So like one of us would have to pay out of pocket in full and the other person would like receive funding.
Oh, so what if we just apply for the transportation and the convention fee, like individually? That would be okay. Just not the room.
Yeah, you could get your own registration and your own plane ticket, or some stuff to that nature, but you cannot like split the cost of anything.
So if right now we have lodging and what was it? The convention fee. Are we allowed to change it right now in this meeting to transportation and the convention fee, or would we have to come back another day?
If you have like a flight quote, if you send that to me, I could update it and then we could take off your lodging. But another question before we go there, the most that either of you are able to receive is $200 each. Are you able to cover the remaining costs?
Yes. So if we can't do the lodging, then honestly, I'll just take off lodging. And if you can just cover the registration fee, then that's fine. Cause it's $150 anyways. So that would be perfect.
Same for me.
Right. You should just, oh, all right. Sorry, I don't know how to use it. So if we have a board member that's in the room with us, so since she was with the bill, is that separate from us getting individual funding?
McClellan.
So technically, once the room is bought, as long as you're not receiving funding for that room, you could use that room too. Like that room is bought, and if it's like a occupancy of a certain amount of people, you could just use that room still. But we can't like fund you lodging as well.
Okay.
But once that room's bought, it's bought. But just for confirmation, you guys want us to zero out your lodging costs, both of you, only paying for the $145 registration?
Yes.
Hurrah.
Through, if I may. Are you both financially trained?
Yes, we did the modules.
Okay, perfect. Are you aware of the post-funding process?
Yes.
And are either of you guys international students?
No.
Tyler.
Two, if I may. So the first one is, have you guys bought your flight tickets already?
No.
No. How much would that be? Have you looked?
I actually do have a quote. So give me 2 seconds to pull this up.
When we were looking at it, it was more expensive to fly through the convention with Delta. So that's why I didn't put down for you guys to cover it. I was going to try to find a cheaper flight, but this is what they have. This is what they have.
Yes. The convention itself is giving a discounted, I think, a flight fee through Delta, but I believe, hold on, give me 1 second.
It was around like $350 to $400. Like that's around what it was when I was looking at it.
Hurrah.
Just to clarify, you guys don't have to go, like if you request travel through us, you do not have to go through the same, like you don't have to fly the same flight as the people who receive the bill or the convention. You can get a different flight.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So, but to add the flight now, we would have to find you a quote and send it to you. Okay. It is on the paper that we submitted both with the breakdown. And that is a quote for one, at least the Delta one. But I do know that there was also a Southwest flight that was like $259, but I can find that online if you need like.
Brian.
Did you want to do travel?
If you do want to find that cheaper quote, we can pay $55 of it, and you will have to pay less if you choose the cheaper one, like $55, but also that's off of a $290 versus a $400.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you want to find that quote.
Tyler.
Move for a non-committee member to speak, that being Brody.
There's been a motion for a non-committee member to speak, that being Brody. Are there any objections? Seeing none.
If you're not going to be able to pay for the full cost of the flight regardless, then just use that quote, because the business office doesn't care what quote you see. They're going to say, okay, we have $55 left. So you can find the flights later. You have a quote to use. So
Ryan.
That's a good point. Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing no one out there. Ryan.
Real quick, motion to zero out lodging cost and motion to, let me scroll to it. Is it on here? Transfer. Just that for now.
Okay. There's been a motion to zero out lodging for allocation 54, 364, and 371. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Tyler?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. I'm sure McClellan would have the same question. Is that quote actually we're in debate? So can I ask a question to the RSO? Sorry.
Yes.
That quote doesn't seem to have an actual number for the cost of the plane. Do you have one that does say a number?
I mean, technically, we could just take them for their word and put a random number on there, and they'd still only get $55. Ryan?
At this point, if it's between a number that's over $55 and a different number that's over $55 for a flight quote, that is definitely going to be over $55.
Yeah.
I don't really think it matters too much of a difference for us.
Yeah.
We can take them at their word for that. Motion to, I'm just going to go with a number in the middle. Motion to set travel costs to $250.
There's been a motion to amend the travel cost for allocations 364 and 371 to $250. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Any other questions, Ryan? I mean, we're in debate. Ryan?
May I direct a question just real quick?
You may.
Do you know what we just did, and are you okay with that?
I think that you put the transportation fee estimated around 250, which I think is accurate because the flight that we were looking at that was cheaper was 259, I believe. I just don't have that quoted right now. I'm so sorry.
Another thing for you guys, since we are putting travel on here, and if you wanted to use that 55 towards that, you would have to wait until an accountant reaches out to you. So don't buy the flight ticket yet.
Okay.
Okay. That would be okay.
I just have a question. So I know you were talking about like who we could buy the ticket from, like through, I don't even know if that makes sense, but so I can just buy my own personal ticket. I don't have to go through the convention, right? With this funding?
Oh, McClellan?
So you can use a different airline. Don't pay for anything, the registration or you can go ahead and buy your lodging, but don't do the registration or the travel until an accountant reaches out to you. But once the accountant does, you can be like, here is the plane ticket that you should buy. Thank you. And they won't just ask you for the registration. They'll just say, okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, we're still in debate. Brianna?
Mayor Dang.
You may.
I will be voting in favor. Nothing seems off. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All those in favor, all those against, and all those abstaining with a vote count of 6-0. Both of your allocations are approved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have one more question. Sorry, just want to make sure. So that means we were both approved, right? And that we're both going to get like reached out to by the
yes,
whatever, and both receive individual funding.
Yes, if you're not, you both were approved for $200. If you're not reached out to by an accountant in the next 2 weeks, you can email me and let me know.
Okay, thank you.
And Tyler, one more thing.
Yeah, I just sent you an email with all that information. Yep.
Okay, great. So let me scroll down. I think we're now in member discussion. Any members wishing to discuss? None. Oh, Ryan.
Just quick heads up or question or just something real quick. We're going to go back in for the quarterly budgets next meeting, I suppose.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, let's not do that right now. Yeah, next meeting. We'll do it with the 45,000 additional. Any other members wishing to discuss? Okay, we're now miscellaneous business. Ryan. Sorry, I saw Ryan first.
He did do it first.
Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, go ahead. Vice Chair Perry.
Same as initial, 6 out of 5.
Okay, I adjourn this meeting at 8:25 p.m.
I did, yeah. I voted for Thursday and Tuesday. Those days don't work for you, Joy? No. What day work for you? Monday. What's the time for Monday? Because I'm 5. I can do Monday as long as I'm like 5 and 6. I can do Monday. Yeah. I'm gonna text her in our group. So maybe hopefully she'll read it. Are we having a retreat? Huh? Are we having a retreat? A retreat for what? Say a retreat. Are we having one this semester? That's a silly question. What are we doing? Oh, thanks. It was in December. And then I promised you Johnny's back in December. That's why. It's a very big. Yeah, I didn't get to. Somebody stopped me the other day. They were like, "Oh, how old are you?" She thought I was 20. I was like, "What?" Yeah, so I graduated this semester. I don't think it's here.
Alrighty, reconvene at 8:30 p.m. Fiscal committee reports, CRT committee, Chair Trouble.
Okay, we've allocated over $480,000 and we've impacted over 1,300 students. In committee, old business allocations, we approved 54,331 with a vote count of 4 to 0 to 0, 340 with a vote count of 7 to 0 to 0. And we postponed 54,256, 351 by general consent. And then new business allocations, we approved 54,362 and 363 with vote counts of 4 to 0 to 0, 364, 365 with vote count of 6 to 0 to 0, 367 with a vote count of 4 to 0 to 1, and then 368, 369, and 370 with a vote count of 5 to 0 to 0, 371 with a vote count of 6 to 0 to 0, 372, 373, 374, 376 with vote counts of 5 to 0 to 0, 377 and 378 with a vote count of 4 to 0 to 0, 379 with a vote count of 5 to 0 to 0, and 380 with a vote count of 6 to 0 to 0. And we postponed allocations 54, 361, 366, and 375 with a vote or by general consent. And then I yield to my vice chair.
Hello. This week I brought Girl Scout cookies because I was a Girl Scout, so I thought it fit. And I also brought Loft House cookies. They were a 9 out of 10, even though Ryan's gonna tell me it was an 8 out of 10 because his mom makes them the best. But you know what? It's fine.
Alrighty, are there any questions for Chair Trouble? Seeing none, Senator Costas.
President voting.
So noted at 8:31 p.m. FAO committee report, Chair Millington.
Hey guys, happy Thursday. So first off, in committee, we voted by general consent to break spending policy 822.2A1, part 2 for allocations 54-108 and 54-116, just in regard to the event reservation requirement. So just in order to keep going with the approval process, I motion to break Title 8, Section 822.2A1, part 2 for allocations 54-108 and 54-116.
All right, there's a motion to break Title 8. Are there any objections? Seeing none. All good. All right.
Okay, perfect. So continuing in committee, new business allocations, we approved 54-107, 108, 109, 110, and 111 with vote counts of 8 to 0 to 0, 54-112, 113, 114, and 115 with vote counts of 9 to 0 to 0, 54-116 with a vote count of 8 to 0 to 1, 54-118, and 119 with vote counts of 9 to 0 to 0, and we postponed 54-117 by general consent. And for the first time, the debut, I yield to Vice Chair Nimbargi.
Hi, Senate. So we're starting something new, and what it's called is Nimbargi's Knowledge. And what I'm essentially doing is talking about recent events FAO's provided funding for. So I'll get into it now. So FAO provides a great deal of funding to RSOs hosting on-campus events. RSOs serve a large part in how we as SG are able to outreach to such a diverse and amazing student body. So this speech was created to acknowledge all the effort our RSOs put into their activities and pursuits, and as senators, builds our awareness about what's happening on campus so we can better aid these RSOs as they grow and have their effect on the UCF community. So an example of 3 RSOs that have recently come into FAO for funding is Young Investors Spring Semester Investing course, which is happening on February 22nd, 2023. The Bengali Student Association is hosting their International Mother Language Day on February 25th, and the Society of PC Building is hosting a Spring SBCB workshop on February 27th. If you have any other questions, please don't hesitate to reach out so we can better provide awareness about these events occurring. Thank you.
Alrighty, are there any questions for Chair Millington? Seeing none, ORS Committee Report, Chair Borges.
Hey guys, this week in ORS we postponed 2 post-funding reviews, approved 4 post-funding forms, approved 1 BPF, and approved 1 internal bill, the one that was remanded last week. Shout out to my SLC mentee. She was here all 5 hours last week and is here today, and I don't think there was any other SLCers. So, and then you can, oh yeah. I don't have to read the rest, yay, but I yield to my vice chair for Victor's visuals.
Hey guys, for this week we had Berkman. He was at Chili's in the student union. We all agreed it was trash. No wonder why it closed. We had a squirrel with the napkin in its mouth. We were actually surprised because you actually see a lot of raccoons, not squirrels here. Day at the Capitol, a dog stung by a bee, and an aesthetic photo shoot by AJ, of course.
Alrighty, before we do that, I got to shout out my mentee in the back, Jeremy over there, SLC, looking great. Yeah. To both of you, awesome that you guys are here. Love to see it. And then also, Chili's, it wasn't that bad. Are there any questions for Chair Borges? Seeing
I'll show you the evidence later.
All right. Seeing none. Fiscal legislation, notice legislation on first reading, none. Notice legislation on third reading, none. Notice legislation on second reading, none. Internal committee caucus time, none. Internal committee reports. That was I didn't think I would ever actually do that. Just get completely through that. But with that, ENA committee report, Chair Almanar.
Good evening, everyone. ENA met today, and we had a short meeting with no confirmations. We did, however, discuss some issues that have arisen with Title VI, and we'll be workshopping some updates for Title VI with the DLEG, the Attorney General, and the Election Commission.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Almanar? Seeing none. GAP committee report, Chair Double.
Good evening, Senate. So this week was first and foremost, Vice Chair Duke's first meeting taking minutes. It was a very lengthy meeting, but credit to her for taking fantastic minutes. But in this week, GAP did see a whole slate of legislation, beginning with Chair Almanar's Resolution 5430, and the bulk of the meeting eventually turned into reviewing the Day at the Capitol resolutions, which we'll be seeing on second and third reading tonight. And as a result, all of them had passed favorably. I will note the votes later on tonight, or later on in this report. Tonight, you'll be hearing from the committee on these resolutions, and I do strongly encourage you all to challenge them on anything you see in those resolutions, and that include asking them questions in order for us all to perfect our knowledge and to ensure that all our bases are covered regarding these resolutions and therefore the topics that we will be covering at Day at the Capitol. You'll see that some of the resolutions have suggestions ranging from a few technicals to a whole slate of whereas clauses struck. That is intentional, and that is because it was at the consensus of the committee that we trim down the resolutions as best as possible. So as a result, I do encourage you all to find any areas you think would be necessary to trim and or discuss with greater resolve on the floor tonight. As such, the resolution 5430 was passed with a vote count of 8-0 to 1, and resolutions 5431, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all passed unanimously. Actually, 5431 was passed 10-0 to 0. 32, 3, 4, and 5 were passed 11-0 to 0. Next week, we will continue developing our advocacy agenda and the ancillary educational materials for a day at the Capitol. If you are open to helping GAP with any of this, by all means, come by at 1:30 on Mondays here in the chamber, and we will put you to work. Thank you.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for Chair Temple? Seeing none. LGR Committee Report, Vice Chair Harrell.
Good evening, everyone. Uriah couldn't be here today, so I'll be making the announcement. This week in committee, we approved 7 absence requests and denied 1. If any of you guys have any questions about any absence requests, please let me or Uriah know. We'll be happy to answer any questions. If anyone is interested in being a committee rep, please consider joining LJR. We're a pretty cool group. We would love to see some new faces.
All right. Any questions for Vice Chair Harrell? Seeing none. SBA Committee Report, Chair Turner.
Hello. Don't have much to talk about. Just wanted to say if there were any senators that wish to collaborate on some legislation, feel free to let me know. I'd love to work with you. Other than that, SBA tomorrow. Thinking about making it hybrid. I haven't decided yet, but I'll let everyone in SBA know. But yeah, that's it.
All right. Are there any questions for Chair Trainer? Chair Almanar?
Yes, obviously we had a student come speak in open forum about conducting a poll. Is that something you as chair of SBA are interested in working with said student?
You know, it's funny that you say that because when she left, I actually ran out to go talk to her. So I'll be working with her, and I'm also trying to work with Vihan with CAPS. So I know that Tasha had talked about that there were some things we might be able to do and might not be able to do. So I'd love to hear about that. But yeah.
All right. Are there any other questions for Chair Turner? Seeing none. Confirmations, none. Internal legislation, notice legislation on first reading. Constitutional amendments, none. Bills, Internal Bill 5431, Internal Bill 5432 are remanded to LJR. Resolutions, Resolution 5436 is remanded to LJR. Proclamations, none. Special acts, none. Notice legislation on third reading. Constitutional amendments, none. Bills, none. Resolutions. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, and debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate.
There's been a motion for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute question, 3-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Resolution 5429, resolution in support of IDs for unauthorized immigrants and homeless people, Latin Hispanic Caucus. Vice Chair Castillo, will you be speaking on behalf? Alrighty, 3 minutes when you're ready.
Hey everyone. So basically we saw this resolution last week, and just trying to be quick about it. This resolution just wants to advocate the city of Orlando and Orange County to implement community IDs so that unauthorized immigrants and homeless people cannot have kind of like certain access to hold on, give me a second. So they can be used in police departments, health departments, public schools, etc.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those questions. Pro Tem Foster? Oh, no, that's not a question. Okay. In line for questions. Chair Almanar?
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All those wishing to debate. Chair Almanar?
I will be voting in favor of this resolution. Getting community IDs for unauthorized immigrants or homeless individuals is just us showing a bit of our humanity. It's our government showing a bit of humanity to those in unfortunate situations. For whatever situations may have arisen in someone's life that they've ended up in a position like this, just having some common good faith that other people are also good people and making life just a little bit easier for them never is a bad thing. So I'll be voting in favor of this.
Still in line for debate. Senator Costas.
May I retain?
You may.
I echo the sentiments of Chair Almanar. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Resolution 5429. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're there. We vote count of 27 to 1 to 0. Resolution 5429 passes favorably on third reading. Alrighty, special acts none, notice legislation on second reading, constitutional amendments none, bills, motion for speech, question, debate. Chair Tupple.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
Motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Internal Bill 5430 updates Title 8. Dealer McClellan, 5 minutes when you're ready.
Hello, everybody. We are back again. This time, hopefully, moving forward. So between the last time this was on the floor, changes were made to strike back what was originally stricken and to add an A clause that would allow committees to overturn the allocation timeline if need be. I yield to questioning.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those questions, please raise your hand. Chair Almanar.
I'm obviously not a fiscal person in Senate. So what was the issues that arose for the necessity of this bill and the changes to be made?
Brody, would you like to tackle that? I know you are a little bit more. I yield to Brody.
Brody.
Are you talking about the bill itself, or are you talking about the reason it was remanded back and then changed in committee?
Yes.
Okay. So originally a concern was brought to myself and Shane both about some language, obviously some language in Title 8 by Brenda in the business office. The concern was that they had it. It mentions that the business office can consent to exceptions on the timeline, and they had an issue with some outside individuals thinking that they could go directly to Brenda, the business office, to say, "Hey, can you make an exception and provide funding for this?" As well as the perception that the business office has a hand in deciding who gets funding and how that process works. And so originally, I think I didn't fully understand the concern she had, and so I didn't communicate well with Ryan, and then it was seen in ORS. So that's why I asked, once I followed up with her and more fully understood the situation, I asked it to be remanded back so that we could dive into it further. So that, they want to be sure that there is no perception that the business office has a hand in who's getting funding or how that process works. That is fully up to you all as the students. And I think that, in my personal opinion, I think that the bill does that well.
Alrighty, still in line for questions. Seeing no questions, Chair Tumble.
Move to debate.
So motion go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Tumble.
So I sat in on the ORS committee when we saw this bill twice. So I heard the debate in the committee then, and I agree with the sentiments of the bill what this bill does. And seeing as this is coming directly from the ANSF business office, I think this should act as a good compromise between preventing the business office from being handed those issues, but also giving CRT and FAO the flexibility that they need when adjudicating these allocations moving forward. So I'll be voting in favor of this. I will encourage the rest of the Senate to do the same.
Alrighty, still in debate. Anyone wishing to debate? Ali Almachili.
May I retain?
You may.
I agree with it. I do think that this is good in empowering the CRT committee to make decisions over fields that they have the purview of. So it's a no-brainer, and I don't really see an issue with it. So I'm going to be voting in favor. And with that, a motion to vote.
So the motion to vote on Turn Bill 5430. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Vote count of 28 to 0 to 0. Internal Bill 5430 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty, resolutions. Is there a motion? Chair Tumble.
I move for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
So motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Resolution 5430, resolution advocating against HB 543, permitless carry for Florida. Chair Almanar, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Senate. So the concept of permitless carry is a scary one for me. We are in a period in American history and where day after day tragedy strikes, yet those who are in power and are given the means to solve this uniquely American problem, because it is important to note the issue of gun violence in America towers over any of our allies and neighbors at the global scale. While those in power have the means to solve this issue, they do not. When millions of Floridians call for a change for the better, those in power look the other way. And when we ask them to move from point 1 to point 2, when we ask for small steps and when we get small wins of something like the red flag laws, our government oversteps that completely and sends us backwards. Again, when we ask to go from point 1 to point 2, Florida legislator and Governor DeSantis are responding by taking us from point 1 to point 0. Understand that permitless carry is just a political stunt. There's nothing more to show face to a small minority of extremists within America. The actual enactment of a policy like permitless carry will lead to more gun violence, more deaths due to firearms. Orange County Sheriff John Mina stated that the measures is more about politics than about public safety, and that it would increase the number of shootings and gun deaths. The St. Petersburg Chief of Police, Anthony Holloway, also opposed permitless carry and worries that more people carrying guns with less training will mean more danger for the police and the public. Holloway also stated, if you have to take a driver's license test / course before you can operate a vehicle on our roadways, why wouldn't you want someone to prove that they at least have a working knowledge of the dangerous weapon? If policy that splits the public opinion on its safety is controversial, then policy that splits the police on the general safety of the public should not be taken lightly. This bill is irresponsible and dangerous to the public at large. I yield the rest of my time.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those questions, please raise your hand. D11 Claude.
Previously in the session, you wrote and passed a resolution similar to this. Did anything come of that? Do you think it made a difference?
If I'm being brutally honest, no, because this is a very large obstacle to overcome, especially when a legislator has essentially a supermajority against the things we have passed and are lobbying for, similar with Stop to Woke. But nevertheless, just because there's opposition and it's very large opposition, we shouldn't stop. To put things in perspective, Ryan, Frodo made it to Mount Doom and he threw the ring in the volcano.
Alrighty, we're still in line for questions. Chair Double.
Chair Almanar, do you intend to use this resolution in the upcoming Day at the Capitol event?
Yes, if the Senate body votes to use this as information to send so students could use this to lobby at Day at the Capitol, I would not take the opportunity away. If that's something we want to do, we can do it.
Alrighty, still in line for questions. Vice Chair Spalding.
Move to go to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'm going to go Chair Trainer first.
Move to see mine and Dustin's amendments as a block as technicals.
I'll ask Chair Almanar, are you all right with the amendments that have been placed?
Some of them, no.
All right, there's a motion to see the block of amendments. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw?
I guess.
All righty, we're still in debate. I'm going to go highly on Chili.
I do support this resolution. I do think that permitless carry is a fool's errand. I am a person who cares, as would most people do, about the safety, security, and stability of society. And it is imperative for this security to be established that one can only carry a firearm if they have a permit to do so. This is the case in most parts of the country. And I think that allowing for permitless carry is a very dangerous decision that can potentially allow people who shouldn't be having guns to be able to get guns. And so, as a person who believes that this Senate should stand for law and order, I'm going to be voting in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Chair Warren.
Yeah, I was just wanted to point out, like, we do have to make sure everything's like listenable to the students. So if we speak on for links related to legislation, please say it out loud. Thank you.
People talk to each other all the time, making amendments that nobody hears. So agreed, but also no, I get it. I see it happen all the time. People talk to each other. Chair Turner.
Yeah, I can clarify. The reason why those were deleted weren't because of grammar. It's just because like that's how the data that was like written in the legislation was when they got that information. So like we can't really change it just because that's like how it was from the source, I guess. So, but what, anyways, motion to see Dustin and my amendments as technicals.
Motion to see
as a block.
The block is technicals. I'll see them as technicals. Yep. Still in debate. Chair Temple.
So I will also be voting in favor of this resolution. Again, beyond the typical political fights, it is just plain common sense that if you were to allow for permitless carry, you will get people who are fundamentally untrained with guns and firearms, and they will be able to go out into the public, and they can very well cause incidents that can endanger the lives of those around them. And I'm going to try my best to word this as best as I can, but the fundamental point of this is it's a terrible idea through and through to not have somebody be given a license in order to ensure that they're proficient with the materials and the tools that they're given. It is equivalent to that, as Chair Almanar had said, or sorry, Ayala Yalamanchili, whoever said it, about being given a license to drive. Cars can kill. And we protect people with that by ensuring that the people who drive those cars are proficient to use them. And you have professions that have licenses. You have lawyers, you have doctors, you have judges. I'm pretty sure they're the same lawyers, but nevertheless, they're all given licenses to ensure that they are proficient with what they are trained to do. Now, that's basically the point of it. I encourage you all to support this resolution advocating against HB 543. It is a matter of just common sense and for public safety for the students.
Senator Berkman, briefly.
Locks only keep honest people out. We've seen how the Florida driver's licensing program is going not very well. People in Florida don't know how to drive. Random acts of violence and mass casualty events do not occur with people that receive permits for concealed carry. Feel free to quote me on that. I will not be voting in support of this bill.
All right, debate time has elapsed. I'll see the one technical that's still on the page. And we are now in voting procedures. Alrighty, with vote count of 22 to 2, Resolution 5430 passes favorably on second reading. Before we continue, Vice Chair Castellan.
President voting.
So noted at 8:57 p.m. Chair Temple.
Move to amend the speech question debate. Move to extend. Move for 7-minute speeches, 7-minute questioning, 7-minute debate.
Motion for 7-minute speeches, 7-minute questioning, 7-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Just for the sake of it, Chair Templer, will you be speaking for each of these, or do you have a set order for this?
I will be yielding to the individuals who are listed in the sponsorships of each legislation.
So I'll call on you for each, and then you can yield.
Yes,
to make it easy.
I'll speak on them first, then I'll yield to those who wish to speak on them.
Okay, awesome. Alrighty, resolution 5431, resolution expressing the UCF student body's support of legislation that directly affects civil affairs. Chair Temple?
Right. So 5431 discusses civil affairs, which is our general welfare resolution priorities. So as you all know, there have been a number of different issues that the student body has taken issue with, and they have expressed through the student priority survey. So that includes, for example, housing insecurity, food insecurity, gun violence, and voting rights, to name those 4 issues that were listed here specifically. This provides a broad sweep of statistics regarding those four areas and in order in which they were represented. So for example, you'll see welfare insecurity first. So housing insecurity and food insecurity are first. Actually, scratch that. Gun violence is first. Sorry about that. And then it leads into housing insecurity and food insecurity, and then going on to voting rights. If you see certain whereas clauses relating to specific legislation from prior sessions, that is intentional. That is to stipulate that there have been bills in the past that have specified and actually tried to legislate on these certain issues for the benefit of the wider Florida population, and more especially the student population here in UCF. And then to comment quickly on the amendments. The suggestions here, are more or less just rewording and consolidation of certain whereas clauses in order to tidy up a bit more in line with what the GAP committee had discussed with regards to shrinking our resolutions as a whole. With that, I will yield to any questions.
All right, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Seeing no questions, Senator Berkman.
So this is just like an omnibus bill for like things that matter to people.
I'm very happy you said the word omnibus. That made my night, actually, but as a government nerd anyway. But yes, this is an analogous to the external student affairs priority that we had passed last session. So but it's under a different name because I thought civil affairs may sound a bit more formal than external student affairs. But otherwise, yes, it is effectively a omnibus of different priorities that all in some way connect to the broad welfare of the students.
Dale McCollum.
I have a technical question for you just regarding all of these. Considering next week we will not be seeing these on 3rd, is there a specific timeline for these that GAP has to have for these?
So these were according to statutes, to my knowledge, only we had to have them introduced with a specific timeline, a month before, a month into the elections, and then a month before. I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember them, but it's a month before the actual day of the Capitol events. But seeing as we won't be able to see them 3rd reading next week, I would like as best as possible to have them seen on 2nd and 3rd. I have discussed also with the president and vice president that they would like them sometime before March 20th. Did that answer your question? Sorry, that was a bit rambly.
Just to piggyback off of that, with what we discussed too, I'm very much of the opinion that these need to pass tonight so that the people planning Day at the Capitol, which this is integral to, can maximize the time that they have. A big concern was that a lot of students were not as prepared for Day at the Capitol last year. This gives the maximum amount of time for the people planning and organizing Day at the Capitol to work with the students that have applied and things like that to make sure that we're going up with as much knowledge as possible. So just as a heads up that whether it's Chair Temple or someone up here, the intentionality is to see us on 2nd and 3rd tonight. Chair Turner.
Okay, so on the second page, you'll notice that I highlighted a section, one whereas clause. I had a quick question about what you meant by students who came from food insecure households performed worse in their academics due to their relatively sluggish. Not sure if there was supposed to be an extra word there, but.
My apologies. I must have written this in rather in a off headspace. That can be amended with the technical. If you see fit with that, Chair Trainer.
May I have a follow-up question? What should it be amended to?
You can add just a simple word behavior after sluggish, and you can remove the comma there. Otherwise, that should be a pretty quick fix.
Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Senator Costas.
Oh, are we still in questioning? Yeah. Do you think it'd be good to list the bills that we're going to be like bringing to the legislators that this legislation is based upon, and that therefore be it resolved clauses like it is the opinion of the 54th Student Senate that the Florida legislature pass SB blank?
So I would I'm following precedent from last session. I would advise against doing that because there could be certain bills that could die between now and when the legislature formally begins, and even the further expanse between then and when. Sorry about that. When we go out to date at the Capitol. So if we do add certain bills into these now after they've been passed, they could those bills could be killed off, and anything that would be in the legislation would be null and void.
Just to piggyback off of that, as for information, there was a bill last year that was like introduced a week before we went up to Tallahassee that we had been expecting, but the introducer took a very long time. I think it had to do with undocumented people and bright futures. So a part of the reason why is to make sure that we have as much maximum ability to lobby for as much as we want. And that's, I think, Chair Tubble, correct me, that now GAP is going to look at that kind of between now and then of the specific legislation.
Yeah, we'll be looking into that a bit more with greater scrutiny.
Alrighty. We're still in line for questions. Seeing no questions. Chair Almanar.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Tubble.
Move to see all my amendments as technicals.
Chair Tubble.
For clarification, that would be the including. So this would refer only to the 165 related officer shootings, and then the striking of several clauses underneath that. Basically, they were all it's just reorganization of certain whereas clauses.
Was this discussed in GAP?
These were made after GAP had concluded.
Okay. Brody, would you recommend seeing these as technical or seeing these?
If it were me, as long as the content was the same and it was simply reorganizing facts and figures, I think that would not materially change the content or the meaning. So I think that would be fine. Yes.
And Chair Tubble, you feel like it doesn't do that?
It does. It does just reorganize information.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll see them as technical then. Alrighty, we're still in debate. Chair Trainer.
Move to see my amendments as a block as technicals.
I'll see them as technicals. Still in debate. Senator Donovan.
Motion to see my amendment.
There's a motion to see Senator Donovan's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, question, debate? Chair Tubble.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate.
There's a motion for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Senator Donovan, 3 minutes.
Super quick. This is the clause that like what motivated this resolution. I don't know if we necessarily need it in there though, because like without it, this is the word of the student body that we're representing. And within it's like, this is the word of 66% of the student body that happened to fill out a survey and said they like vaguely care about civil affairs. So I just recommended removing that.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those questions. Chair Tubble.
Motion.
Go for it.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, now debate. Chair Tubble.
May Everton.
Sure.
Yeah, this is actually this was actually one of the whereas clauses that I was most skeptical about adding in there, because I figured that it would actually be counterintuitive to include it in there when we only have like a small relative percentage of how many students are represented through the student priority survey. So I'm in favor of the amendment that Senator Donovan has proposed, and I will be voting in favor of it. With that, move to vote on the amendment.
There's a motion to vote on the amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vote count of 27-0. The amendment passes favorably. We are still in debate on the resolution. Vice Chair Spalding.
Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on resolution 5431. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vote count of 27-0. Resolution 5431 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty, moving right along. Resolution 5432, resolution expressing the UCF student body's support of legislation that directly affects civil rights. Chair Double.
Right. I'll speak on this briefly. This is a resolution that supports legislation that directly affects various areas of civil rights, including workers' rights, LGBTQ rights, women's rights, and just in general, sex-based and gender-related rights. And yeah, just a quick overview. And with that, I will yield to Senator Donovan.
Yeah, cool stuff in here. First section on teacher pay. There's another section on the work that students have been doing to unionize in the area, which is super cool, I think. Another section on reproductive rights and the danger of abortion restrictions. And finally, two sections on discrimination among racial minorities and sexual orientations. Yeah.
All right, we're now in line for questions. All those questions, please raise your hand. Seeing no questions, Senator Berkman.
Move for 2 minutes reading time.
Motion for 2-minute reading time. Are there any objections? Seeing none, 2 minutes, starting now. Alrighty, reading time has elapsed. We're still in line for questions. All those with questions, Chair Trainer.
The last line of this resolution talks about Florida House Bill 5 and Senate Bill 146. Were those passed or did they fail?
Chair Double.
If I'm not mistaken, these bills were passed in the last session. We were just referring to them in their official title.
Alright, still in line for questions. Seeing none, Chair Holmes.
Question to Chair Temple, if I may ask.
Go for it.
Or any of my co-sponsors. So for the second to last whereas clause, it talks about the current legislation proposed to ensure that the LGBTQ plus community as a whole are provided, blah, blah, blah. I was wondering if it should be placed after it talks about the American Bar Association. After, I'm so sorry, I'm taking so long. After it says, whereas in addition to the hate crimes brought against the LGBTQ plus community, just so that it's consistent, because it talks about racial discrimination and hate crimes, and then it talks about LGBTQ plus, and then talks about discrimination again.
I would be open to seeing that change. Thank you for bringing that up, Chair Holmes.
Still in line for questions? Seeing none. Chair Double.
Move to debate.
Motion go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Senator Donovan.
Motion to see my amendments as a block.
Motion to see Senator Donovan's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Chair Double.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
So for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Senator Donovan, 5 minutes. We're ready.
So this is 3 pages. That's way too many pages, and this is way too many whereas clauses for like anyone to legitimately read all of them and give them proper consideration, especially a member of the legislature who's going to like look at this for like 2 minutes, or who we have 5 minutes in the room with. So I just tried to go through and leave like the general like arguments and like points that we wanted to make intact, and then remove some of those whereas clauses that like maybe had a little too much information than we needed to get into in this document, or maybe had like similar points of information to other whereas clauses that are mentioned in this document. So if there's anyone who has like a particular one that I struck that you have a reason for keeping it in there, I'd be open to like removing that from the amendment. But generally, I think this needs to be shortened up. So.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those questions, please raise your hand. Chair Attorney.
To anybody that can answer it. So for these amendments that are getting deleted, is this okay with the sponsors? And is there any information that they would want to keep in it that's getting removed?
Chair Holmes.
At least I can answer the question from my standpoint. This is my first time seeing the amendments, but after looking over them during our 2-minute reading, I think that they're appropriate. I mean, some of the stuff that I added in there that was crossed out, it was just added so that we had something and then that we could look over. And because a lot of it is buffer, like Senator Donovan did say. So I definitely agree with it. I'm not sure if Senator Capozzi wants to speak on her opinion about it, but I do agree with the amendments.
I'm just going to say Senator Capozzi is not here.
Chair Double.
I'm in concurrence with the Chair Holmes here. This, like, as much as I love writing like 2, 3, 4, 5 pages worth of legislation, I know that legislators will not be reading 3 pages full of information. And moreover, we can use these statistics and reappropriate them into our research dockets and policy legislative briefs when we get back to working on drafting the advocacy agenda and all the ancillary information I've stated in my report.
All right, still in line for questions. Vice Chair Spalding.
Move to debate.
Motion go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate on the block of amendments. Chair Double.
Move to vote on the amendments.
Motion to vote on the amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vote count of 25-0 to 2. The amendments pass favorably. We are still in debate on the resolution. Chair Holmes.
Motion to see my amendment. Do I say as a block? Because it's only one.
You don't have to.
Okay.
Is your amendment getting rid of something, or is it moving something?
Placement. So I guess technical.
I'll see that one as a technical one. Chair Temple.
Move to see my amendments on the block as on the page as a block.
Motion to see Chair Temple's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Withdrawal?
Yes.
Senator Donovan.
I would like to see. Oh, where'd it go? I would like to see the whereas in light of the situation as there's not been legislation passed to improve. Actually, no, I'll leave that one. What was the one I was looking at? There was one. It was like whereas there has been no legislation like in regards to workers' rights, and yes, that's the one. I would like to see separately. Whereas there has been no legislation from the state legislature that would safeguard the rights of employees across the state of Florida.
Charitable.
Apologies. To the senator. Did you mean to say that you wanted not crossed out, or did you want to have it?
Yeah, no, I'd prefer to keep it in. So if we could just discuss that one separately from the block.
For the sake of time, I will move my amendment to that on that one.
Charitable.
But I will like to see to the rest of my amendments on the page as a block.
Okay. There's much to see the rest of Chair Temple's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Charitable.
I'm only 2 minutes speech, 2 minutes question, 2 minutes questioning, 2 minutes debate.
Motion for 2 minute speeches, 2 minute questioning, 2 minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none. 2 minutes.
In line with what Senator Donovan had said, I'd also taken the liberty to remove some clauses that I saw as overly extraneous, and we can use them in much more effective ways. So with that, I will yield to time. I yield to my time to questions.
Okay, we're now in line for questions. Anyone with questions? Seeing none, Chair Double.
Move to debate.
Motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none. Now in debate, Chair Double.
Move to vote on the amendments.
Motion to vote on the amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, what other? With vote count 27 to 0 to 0, the amendment passes favorably. I'll just heard some ASMR of me putting it in my mouth, so it sounds kind of weird. Sorry about that. We're still in debate. Chair Trainer.
Move to see my amendments as technicals.
I'll see them as technicals. In the interest of it, I'm not currently aware. Chair Temple, did Senator Capozzi talk to you about those amendments at all?
Unfortunately, she did not, but I believe it was. May I ask Senator Donovan a question?
Sure.
Senator Donovan?
Yeah.
Have you been in discussion with Senator Capozzi about her amendments?
No.
Chair Holmes.
In the interest of time and that we could see this in gap and get some I guess, insight into these amendments. With that, move to vote for now.
Motion to vote on resolution 5432. Withdrawal. Deal McClellan.
Just to clarify, the intention is to pass this on third reading as well tonight, so there will be no further discussion on this, I believe.
Charles.
Question for you, Speaker.
No.
Is there any way that one of us could try to get in contact with Capozzi to speak on the amendments?
Technically, somebody could. I do believe they might be in class or something right now, as far as I'm aware, so I don't know how available they'll be. Senator Bergman.
Move to table 5432.
So motion table resolution 5432. Are there any objections?
I object.
Withdrawal.
Sure.
It's just for a second. I just wanted to know how long we're going to table it, considering we have to pass it on likely third reading tonight. So that's just all I wanted to know.
Well, Brody, question. Can we pass this on second and then see this amendment on third? Is there a motion to, we can pass this now on second or fail it, and then the amendments can then be seen on third when we look at it later today, which gives Posey time to be here. T.L. McClellan,
May I retain?
you may.
So I'm going to argue that we should just table this because I'd like to just see them as a block on third reading. If we are going to go that route, it would be the easiest. But I would say that we just table this, come back to it as the last one in this amount.
There's a motion to table. Any objections? Seeing none, Resolution 5432 is tabled. Moving right along, Resolution 5433, resolution expressing the UCF student body support of legislation that directly affects education. Chair Temple, 7 minutes.
Yeah, my apologies with the amount of amendments. This was a very hectic week, but needless to say, this one will discuss various issues regarding education, including that of Bright Futures most especially, but also will cover areas regarding educational opportunities and recent developments in education within the state of Florida. And with that, I will yield to Vice Chair Castellan.
Hello, everyone. So, as you guys know, education has been repeatedly attacked in the state of Florida for quite some time now. And this resolution is just to address all those implications, to address all the attacks against academic freedom, not just students have been receiving, but teachers that has been inflicted onto teachers. As you know, as we talked about in the resolution that I passed previously, teachers have been canceling their classes, or the sociology field in general has been suffering as a result of all the implications the Stop Woke Act and certain actions from our legislator have been taking place. So we just want to be able to advocate this at the Capitol, as this is a pretty immediate and urgent issue. And I think that the majority of our students are seeing the effects that it's been making, and a majority of our student body is in fear of what is to come. So we really do believe that this is a issue that we should be advocating for. And this resolution also advocates for, advocates for education to be further increased and accessibility to education to be increased. So, having financial aid increase for students so that more students are able to attend college. As we all know, education is the key to success, and intelligence is primarily the torch of wisdom. So we do want more access to education for students who might be in the low income communities, or who might just not have those resources to attend college. So those are the main points that we do include in our resolve clauses, and just having more academic liberty in general. I don't know if any of the other sponsors have anything else to add to the bill, but that's the gist of it.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Chair Trainer.
I highlighted a whereas clause on the first page near the bottom. It says, whereas in an article, it states the continuation of learning, so on and so forth. Do you know where this article was cited from?
That whereas clause is mine. I will find that article and attach it or send it out for verification. Yeah.
For clarity, Senator Domino, do you know where the article came from?
Not off the top of my head, but it's in my history, so I'm going to pull it now.
Okay, awesome. Alrighty, we're still in line for questions. Seeing none, Senator Costas.
To debate.
Motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'm going to see Chair Trainers and Vice Chair Castellans as technicals. Vice Chair Spalding.
Move to see my amendment.
So motion to see Vice Chair Spalding's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Temple.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
So motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Vice Chair Spalding, 5 minutes.
Yeah. Just basically in the spirit of keeping things concise and precise because we don't want to overword the resolution and put a lot on the people who are reading this. I don't necessarily think that including the definition of education is needed. So that's why I was wanting to strike it or like remove it from the whereas clause.
All right, we're now in line for questions. Seeing no questions, Chair Tibble.
Move to debate.
Motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Vice Chair Castleman.
Yes, I agree that this amendment should be made as the definition repeats the actual word in it multiple times, which is kind of contradictory.
Still in debate. Chair Tibble.
Move to vote on the amendments.
There's a motion to vote on the amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Move count of 24 to 0. The amendment passes favorably. We are still in debate on the resolution. Vice Chair Spalding.
Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're there. With the vote count of 25 to 1 to 0, resolution 5433 passes favorably on second. Chair Tibble.
Move to return to resolution 5432.
So motion to return to resolution 5432. Are there any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, question, debate? Chair Tibble.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute question, 3-minute debate.
Motion for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute question, 3-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Tibble, 3 minutes.
So we had just seen that we are re-seeing this because I had gotten confirmation from Senator Capozzi to she has given consent to allow me to speak on her amendments. So with that, I yield to questions.
All right, now in line for questions. Seeing no questions, Senator Donovan.
Would you be willing to rescind the second edit? I just texted Caitlin and she said it would be cool. Yeah, just because the sentence wouldn't make any sense anymore.
The whereas banning abortions will increase the fertility?
Yeah.
Okay. I can't make that amendment myself, but Brody.
If you are only moving to amend everything but that, I will reject the suggestion for clarity.
I've never done that before. Thank you.
Chair Tibble.
Are we in debate?
No.
Move to debate.
Motion to go to debate. We're in debate. Senator Bergman.
Are we in debate on the amendments?
No, we're on debate on the bill. We're gonna. I believe Chair Temple is going to make the motion. Chair Temple.
Move to see all amendments except the. Where is it? I just had it.
Yeah, I think it's gone now.
Okay. Move to see all amendments on the page as a block.
Motion to see all the amendments on the page as a block. Any objections? Seeing none. Motion for. Yep. Chair Temple.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate.
Motion for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Temple, 3 minutes.
So these, I'm going to read directly from what I had asked Senator Capozzi. She said she is out due to medical reasons, and she feels comfortable, and she does feel comfortable that I speak on her behalf. She had said she felt as though all the whereas clauses that she had struck were some of the weaker ones. So these were in line with the spirit of trying to make things a bit more concise and to lean up our information. I will yield to questions.
Ready. We're now in line for questions. All those questions. Chair Temple.
Move to debate.
Motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Senator Costas.
Can I retain?
You may.
Yep, I think the striking of these whereas clauses makes the bill a little shorter and sweeter, and we should vote to pass these amendments. Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on the block of amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, or there? Vote count of 26 to 1 to 0. The amendments pass favorably. Oh, we're still in line for debate. Chair Double.
A question to Chair Holmes.
You may.
So regarding the whereas clause that stated that current legislation proposed in the legislature would ensure the LGBTQ rights, so on and so forth, the one you pointed out, did you see those as amendments or as technicals yet?
It was seen as a technical by the speaker.
Yeah, I did see those as technical in the last. Yeah. I think it was the one that just moved it to a different spot. All right, still in debate. Vice Chair Hurl.
Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote on resolution 5432. Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. With a vote count of 26 to 1 to 0, resolution 5432 passes favorably on second reading. Alrighty. Resolution 5434, resolution expressing the UCF student body support of legislation that directly affects environmental concerns. Chair Temple, 7 minutes, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I guess first, same as the first, this resolution is expressing support for certain policies and legislation that the state legislature is pushing forward regarding certain things and regarding the environment and environmental solutions that are meant to tackle certain issues. With that, I will yield to Senator Costas and Vice Chair Duke.
Yeah, I'll keep it quick and then pass it on to Vice Chair Duke. Two of the bills, I'll go over two of the bills that we are going to be lobbying for. One of them relates to electric vehicles and provides benefits to some of the regions that bring electric vehicles to those areas, such as college campuses. And we list the benefits of having electric vehicles being around more. And we bring up UCF's climate action plan of reaching zero waste by 2050, which we think supports the need for electric vehicles, or at least increasing the amount of electric vehicles on campus. We also discuss single-use plastics. Another bill that we are going to be lobbying for provides benefits to beaches that use single-use plastics. Is pretty common sense. It protects beaches and it protects the environment of Florida. So with that, I will yield to Vice Chair Duke.
Yeah, so I mainly wrote the section in here that dealt with the Everglades Protection Area, which deals with State Bill 192, I believe. It just advocates for more protection and better regulation for the Everglades Protection Area, as there's a lot of pollution and such happening in that area right now. And I just want to echo the sentiments of Senator Costas as well. And I think this is good and we should vote for it. And with that, I yield my time.
Ready. We're now in line for questions. Vice Chair Spalding.
Just want to move for a minute and a half reading time on the document.
So motion for a minute and a half reading time. Are there any objections? Seeing none, starting now. Alrighty, reading time has elapsed. We're still in questioning. All those with questions, please raise your hand. Chair Double.
Move to debate.
So motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Turner.
Move to see all of my amendments except for the one amendment where I'm deleting a whole whereas clause as technicals.
I'll see those as technicals.
All right. And then could I also follow up to see my amendment?
Chair Trainer. Motion to
Do I need to motion for speech, questioning, and debate or no?
the motion to amend.
Oh, sorry. Motion to amend the document, I guess.
Sure. Okay. Is there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Dumble.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate.
So motion for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none, Chair Trainer, 3 minutes.
Okay. I'll keep this pretty short. I'm pretty sure I guess there are like two options for this. It's either one, delete this because I feel like it's a pretty obvious and broad statement that kind of encompasses the whole document, or two, move that amendment to either maybe the beginning or the end. That's it. I yield to questions.
Alrighty. Now questions, Senator Costas.
I really like your idea. Where do you think it would be better placed if we were to keep it in there?
Honestly, probably right after I'll highlight it. Whereas Florida is one of the highest risking states for a climate disaster. Yeah.
Alrighty, still in line for questions. Seeing none. Chair Dumble.
Move to debate.
This motion go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Double.
I'm not quite sure about this, but Chair Trainer, I did move that clause to where you were at. Did you want to see that as friendly?
Okay. Brody, did you hear that? He's gonna see Chair Temple's amendment as a friendly to his friendly. Or to, yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah. Okay. We're now in debate. Senator Costas.
May I retain?
You may.
I think this is a good spot to put that whereas clause. I think Trainer got a good glimpse of the bill when he put the right amendment in there, and we should vote in favor of the amendment. Move to vote.
All right, there's a motion to vote on the amendment. Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Bill count 26-0. The amendment passes favorably. We are still in debate. Vice Chair Spalding.
If possible, move to see my amendment as a friendly.
I'll just ask Chair Temple, do you feel like it's a friendly or did you want it to be that specific?
May I ask the Sergeant at Arms a clarifying question? Is that the 1.5 million and containing? Yeah, I believe those can be seen as technicals.
All right, I'll see those as technical. Senator Costas.
Move to see my amendments as a block.
Alrighty, there's a motion to see Senator Costas' amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Double.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate.
Motion for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none, Senator Costas, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'll keep it pretty straightforward. With the first whereas clause, I just deleted one of them and added that sentence to the clause above it, describing the thousands of species of wildlife. Many are endemic to the state of Florida. I think even just striking that clause simplifies the bill a little bit more. And then if you scroll down, you see my second deletion of a whereas clause. It's just talking about the geographic makeup of Florida. I don't think it's necessary to have it in there. I think if you live in Florida, you kind of understand how it looks if you've glanced at a map for more than 10 seconds. And so I think we should delete that whereas clause as well. And that's all.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. Chair Double.
Move to debate.
Motion go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Double.
May I retain?
You may.
All right. So I like Senator Costas is thinking of consolidating those two whereas clauses into one, and that second one about Florida being a geographic peninsula. That's on me. Like I was helping Costas and Duke add that this last part late at night, and my brain was absolutely fried. So I don't know where my head was thinking about that, honestly. But good. But thank you for rooting that out. And with that, move to vote on the amendments.
Motion to vote on the amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vote count of 25 to 0. The amendments pass favorably. We're still in debate. Vice Chair Spalding.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vote count of 26 to 0. Resolution 5434 passes favorably on second reading. Resolution 5435, resolution expressing the UCF student body's support of legislation that directly affects health and safety. Chair Temple, 7 minutes when you're ready.
Right. So last resolution, this is discussing a number of different questions regarding health and safety, including mental health, disabilities, and those and limitations that are faced by those with disabilities. As well as drug risk and preventative strategies, as well as human trafficking, which was actually a carryover from last session. With that, I will yield over to former Senator Wajin.
Hey guys, so this resolution lays out this legislative priority of health and
Just briefly, if we can just make a motion for that before we do. Chair Temple.
My apologies. Move for non-committee member, that being former Senator Wajin, to speak.
There's been a motion for non-committee member to speak. Are there any objections? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay. This resolution lays out the legislative priority of health and safety in order for us to advocate for it at Day at the Capitol. Health and safety in the resolution encompasses both on and off campus safety, as well as mental health and medical health. This resolution talks about mental illness and some of the statistics relating to it, specifically mentioning legislation that defines serious mental illnesses and ensures that those being prescribed medications for serious mental illnesses are not required to first go through step therapy, which requires cheaper alternatives for medication to be tried before the more expensive options. Mental health is incredibly important and is something that Florida, Orlando, and UCF need to prioritize. Legislation benefiting those suffering from mental illnesses is incredibly important, and we should continue to advocate for it. This resolution also discusses medical and physical health, specifically mentioning legislation requiring individual health insurance policies and maintenance contracts to provide for annual skin cancer screenings without imposing any cost-sharing requirement, allowing physicians to renew medical marijuana prescriptions via telehealth appointments, and allowing pharmacists to, under specific circumstances and with proper training, order and distribute PrEP and post-exposure prophylaxis drugs without prescription or step therapy. These are all incredibly important to our student body. In Florida in 2019, 24.5 people in every 100,000 were diagnosed with melanomas of the skin, according to the CDC. Melanomas of the skin were also number 6 in the top 10 cancers by rates of new cancer cases in Florida. There are 786,222 patients qualified to receive medical marijuana in the state of Florida, all of whom would be able to have their prescriptions renewed through telehealth appointments, simplifying the renewal process and making it easier for doctors to see more patients. Allowing individuals to more easily obtain PrEP would also be very beneficial in preventing the spread of HIV and AIDS, protecting vulnerable communities, especially gay and bisexual men, which is the population most affected by HIV. Continuing on, this resolution advocates for legislation requiring the state to issue a non-expiring permanent disabled parking permit to a person who has a long-term disability or mobility impairment. A significant improvement from the current permanent disabled person parking permit, which counterintuitively has to be renewed every 4 years. Another piece of legislation will define fetal alcohol spectrum disorders as developmental disabilities, as the effects of this syndrome impacts individuals all throughout their lives. FASD is a commonly is commonly considered a developmental disability in the academic world and should be qualified as such. Sorry for tripping over all my words. Moving on to the safety aspects of this resolution advocates for legislation that further defines the practice of human trafficking, imposes the appropriate punishments for engaging in such practices, establishes an awareness training program and community partnership on human, sex, labor, and child trafficking, and requires prosecutors to receive semi-annual educational training relating to the investigation and prosecution of human trafficking crimes. For all of you who don't know, Florida has ranked third in the volume of calls to the National Human Trafficking Hotline every year since 2007, and Orlando is the third ranking U.S. city per capita in volume of calls to the hotline. Florida is also ranked third in the number of human trafficking cases in the nation and accounts for 7.54% of cases nationwide. Clearly, human trafficking is an issue in our community, and we should advocate for legislation promoting education and awareness of the issue. Finally, this legislation advocates for legislation requiring records to be kept regarding transactions of detached catalytic converters, providing for an inference that a catalytic converter may have been stolen, setting criminal penalties for violating such laws, and authorizing certain local governments to adopt a mobility, planning, and fee system. Catalytic converter thefts have been a big issue in the U.S., Orange County, and UCF specifically, with 14,433 catalytic converter theft claims in the U.S. in 2020, 289 reported to the Orange County Sheriff's Office in 2021, and a string of at least 6 catalytic converter thefts in parking lots and garages at UCF in March 2022. As far as the mobility is concerned, I actually learned a lot about this while researching this bill. A mobility fee is a transportation system charge on development that allows local governments to assess the proportionate cost of transportation improvements needed to serve the demand generated by development projects. They allow funds to be expended not only on roadways, but also on transit supportive investments such as bus shelters and amenities, as well as bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, more significant transit capital, including buses, stations, and rail infrastructure. Allowing governments to assess mobility fees will improve infrastructure in those communities, something the Senate has consistently advocated for. That was a lot. I yield my time to questioning.
We are now in questioning. Is there a motion for a 2-minute reading time? Alrighty, 2 minutes starts now. Alrighty, reading time has elapsed. We're now in line for questions. Senator Beckman.
Can I ask about the whereas clause saying that 80% of students in the United States have stated that their mental health has impeded them from performing well academically?
Chair Temple.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember where I found that statistic myself. Sorry about that. Did you want to ask anything specifically?
That seems like it would be in excess of the scope of any survey that was possible.
I can see if I can reword that clause.
Alrighty, still in line for questions? Seeing none, or Senator Caldwell?
Yeah, could you go into a bit more detail regarding the various whereases around the catalytic converter thefts? I recognize it's a problem on campus, but I'd love to know like what type of solutions we would be pushing for around that.
May I yield to former Senator Wanjan on that?
You can motion. Yeah, Chair Dumble.
May I move to have a non-committee member speak for the duration of the meeting at the chair's discretion, that being former Senator Wanjan.
Motion to have Chair Wanjan speak at my discretion. Any objections? Seeing none, Chair Wanjan.
So the specific piece of legislation that we would be advocating for is talking about requiring records regarding transactions involving those detached catalytic converters to be maintained for a specified period. I can go reference the specific piece of legislation if you'd like, but it's Senate Bill 306. And it requires certain information regarding a transaction to be provided to certain persons upon request, and provides for an inference that catalytic converter may have been stolen, as well as having criminal penalties for not doing those things.
Senator Caldwell.
Super quick follow up then, just like the point of that is to make it easier to catch people who steal catalytic converters.
Pretty much, yeah.
Alrighty, still in line for questions. Seeing none, Chair Double.
Move to debate.
Motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Is that object? Oh. Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Trainer.
Move to see my amendments as a block.
There's a motion to see Chair Trainer's amendments as a block. Any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion for speech, question, debate? Chair Double.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
Motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, 5 minutes. Chair Trainer.
All right, so most of these are technicals, but I had two, I guess, kind of like blocks of amendments that I wasn't sure about. So the first one is going to be the whereas based off of the 2022 GAP committee survey. I struck that because we've already voted to get rid of that in another resolution. So I assumed that we'd probably want to do the same for this. And then scrolling all the way to the bottom, you'll notice I crossed out all of the clauses relating to catalytic converter theft. I'm not saying we should get rid of it. I'm actually suggesting that we move it to resolution 5434 about the environmental concerns, because there's a large section on electrical vehicles, and I think that would make more sense there. But yeah, that's everything that I have for that. I yield to questions.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. We'll Chair Double.
I wanted to ask about the mobility fee section as well, because you had also crossed those out, but you'd only referenced the catalytic converters in your speech. I was wondering if I can get clarification on that part, please.
Honestly, I'll be honest, I really didn't see that part. So I can amend my amendment to remove, like, to keep this part in it, but yeah.
Deal and call.
You want to move the whereas clauses about catalytic converters to the other resolution?
Yes.
Deal and call.
Because of EVs that don't have catalytic converters?
I guess that's a fair point. I honestly thought they did, so that was my bad.
Deal and call. Or do you have another question? Chair Gamble.
No, I was just going to do a quick point of information. Catalytic converters are only used in cars that have some form of internal combustion engine. It converts the fumes from the car using precious metals to less environmentally harmful gases.
Senator Berkman.
For whoever has clarity on this, what is an alternative mobility planning and fee system?
Katrina.
So yeah, that was the last part of my speech. Basically, mobility fee allows for governments to, if someone's doing development, so they're building a parking lot, houses, anything like that, the government can charge the entity that's building the thing a proportional cost of transportation improvements needed to serve the demand generated by those projects. So the mobility fee would allow the government to charge people so that they can build bus infrastructure or rail infrastructure or whatever sort of infrastructure is needed in order to allow people to actually get to the thing that's being built. It generally supports infrastructure through charging people who are building the stuff.
Chair Trainer.
I'll say I did remove my amendments to that. My only justification for moving it in the first place was I just thought maybe putting all the transportation things all together in one resolution would make more sense. But yes, and I do know what a catalytic converter is.
Senator Caldwell.
Since Trainer has withdrawn his amendment, I'd like to move to see my amendment.
Chair Trainer, did you withdraw your whole amendment?
I didn't withdraw all of my amendments. We're still seeing my technical ones and the first amendment that I removed.
My bad.
We're still in questioning, so Chair Tummel.
Move to debate.
Motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Chair Tummel.
For the sake of, may I retain?
Go for it.
For the sake of time, I think we should approve the amendments that Chair Trainer had included with that. Move to vote on the amendments.
Motion to vote on the amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, order. Bill count of 26-0 the amendments pass favorably. We are still in debate on the resolution. Senator Caldwell.
Move to see my amendment.
Motion to see Senator Caldwell's amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Double.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
Motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none, Senator Caldwell, 5 minutes.
Hey, y'all. Feel like I've been making a lot of amendments recently. Guess I'm getting used to Senate. It only took a full year. So yeah, for a different reason than Trainer, I think we should remove these, namely a couple large points. First, catalytic converters are normally stolen to be scrapped and their internal materials then resold. Specifically, palladium is a rare metal in catalytic converters that's sold. So transactions of catalytic converters often aren't recorded at all because you just break it open and take out the various rare metals and melt them down and then sell them. So it doesn't really do much. Additionally, even if it did, I very much am of the opinion that when we're dealing with crime, we need to attack crime at the source, what makes someone actually engage in theft, not merely make it easier for them to be criminalized. We've had bills in past that talk about recidivism rates, and how our current prison industrial complex overly punishes individuals for what in this case is purely material crime. So I think we should remove these, as I don't really want to have us advocating around this bill at Day at the Capitol. And I also don't really want us pushing for solutions to crime that I don't think actually solve the problem and only ruin more lives once people are already in pretty unfortunate situations. I think if this is something we're concerned about for the UCF community, we should start thinking about why people are stealing catalytic converters here and how to address that rather than merely trying to criminalize the people after it happens. Over and over again, we see that criminalization of things doesn't stop people from doing it, especially because you don't steal a catalytic converter, a crime of passion, you steal it because you need to eat. The vast majority of times, crime is driven by poverty. So I think we should remove these various references to catalytic converter thefts.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. Senator Beckman.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'm going to go Vice Chair Hurl first.
Yeah, that truthfully all makes sense to me. I would like to say I loved the little education on the catalytic converter. Never heard of it in my life, and I probably should know what it is. But yeah, I definitely agree with this, and I'll be voting in favor of these amendments.
Chair Temple and Senator Beckman.
A question to Senator Caldwell.
Go for it.
Would you be willing to amend your amendment because you are also nixing part of the whereas clause that does authorize certain local governments to adopt an alternative mobility planning and fee system, and that section and those clauses have been added, or have been remaining?
Yes, my apologies. Very similarly, I didn't realize the last sentence there of that whereas also talked about the mobility clause. So I will withdraw that last sentence and leave it in. Just cut the first bit of that whereas.
Senator Beckman.
I agree for similar reasons, but not quite the same reasons. I think talking about catalytic converters and the health and safety bill kind of waters down our concern for people's lives and the safety of our campus. We don't talk about a bunch of like real safety concerns we have there, and I don't think anybody's ever, don't quote me on this, been harmed in like the theft of a catalytic converter. So I'll be voting in support of the amendments.
All right, Chair Temple.
I move to vote on the amendments.
Motion to vote on the amendments. Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vote count of 25 to 2-0. The amendments pass favorably. We're still in debate. Chair Temple.
I move to see former Senator Wanjin's amendment as technicals.
I'll see them as technicals. Still in debate. Vice Chair Spalding.
Move to vote.
Just motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vote count of 27 to 0-0. Resolution 5435 passes favorably on second reading. Chair Temple.
Move to return to the approval of the agenda.
Motion to return to the approval of the agenda. Any objections? Seeing none. Chair Temple.
Move to place resolutions 54, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35 on the notice of legislation on third reading.
Motion to put resolution 54, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35. Did you say 30 also?
No.
Oh, so I'm so sorry. Okay. Resolution 54, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35 on notice of legislation on third reading. Are there any objections? Is that an objection?
Motion to amend that motion to include internal bill 5430.
Chair Temple.
I will be open to that.
Okay, so there's a motion to move internal bill 5430. I'm reading the wrong part, so sorry. Resolution 5430, resolution 5431, 32, 33, 34, and 35 on notice of legislation on third reading. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Chair Temple.
Move to reapprove the agenda.
Motion to reapprove the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Chair Temple.
Move to.
Or Senator Berkman, do you have something?
Yeah, I was going to move to see resolution 5431, 34, and 35 as a block.
I think when we get to that one, those specifically, you can make that motion. Yeah. Chair Temple.
Yeah, I was going to move to return to notice of internal legislation, notice of legislation on third reading.
Motion to return to notice of legislation on third reading. Any objections? Vice Chair Spalding, do you withdraw?
Yes.
Only because I noticed that resolution 5430 has not been moved to third reading, because I think we're doing that one too, right?
Chair Temple, if you want to clarify.
That is not resolution 5430. While it is associated with a state legislation, that is not one of the date the capital resolutions. We are only seeing 31 through 35 as they are dated the capital resolutions and internal bill 5430 because at the DLEG's discretion.
Chair Temple.
Move to return to internal legislation, notice of legislation on third reading.
There's a motion to return to notice legislation on third reading. Any objections? Seeing none. Constitutional amendments, none. Bills. Is there a motion for speech, questioning, debate? Chair Double.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate.
Motion for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Internal Bill 5430, updates Title 8, Gail McCollum, 3 minutes. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, everybody. Same thing as last time. Yield to questioning.
Now in line for questions. All those with questions. Pro Tem Foster.
Move to debate.
So motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none. Vice Chair Hurl.
May I retain?
You may.
Yeah, we just saw this. Most of us voted in favor. Or no, all of us did. Never mind. Looking at the wrong one. Yeah, move to vote.
So motion to vote on Internal Bill 5430. Are there any objections? Seeing none. We're there. Vote count of 27 to 0. Internal Bill 5430 passes favorably on third reading. Alrighty, resolutions. Before we begin, is there a motion for speech, question, debate? Chair Double.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate.
Motion for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute question, 3-minute debate. Any objections? Seeing none. Senator Barrickman, do you want to make your motion?
I was actually, yeah. All right. Move to see resolution 5431, 5434, and 5435 as a block.
So motion to see resolution 5431, 34, and 35 as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Alrighty, we're at resolution 5431. Chair Temple, 3 minutes.
All right, so we had seen these three pieces, these Day at the Capitol resolutions. We had just heard the spiel. We had extensively looked into and revised all of them. Very sorry about the amendments, by the way. And with that, I will yield to any questions on these three bills.
Alrighty, we're now in line for questions. Anyone with questions? Vice Chair Hurl.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Vice Chair Hurl.
May I retain?
You may.
Yeah, same as before. We just went through all these. We all passed it unanimously. With that, move to vote.
So motion to vote. Is that an objection?
Can we just see delete the paragraph break as a technical on 5433?
We're not on resolution 5433. All good. We'll see it when we get to it. Vice Chair Hurl.
Move to vote.
So motion to vote on resolution 5431, 34, and 35. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Vote count of 26 to 0. Resolution 5431, 34, and 35 passed favorably on third reading. Alrighty, resolution 5432, resolution expressing the UCF student body support of legislation that directly affects civil rights. Chair Temple, 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
I believe I will yield to the DLEG if he has something to say.
Dylan McClellan.
Move to see 5432 and 5433 as a block.
Motion to see resolution 5432 and resolution 5433 as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, or was that an objection?
Yeah, just because there's like one vote against, and if that's like different people for different things, I don't want to water down the support we have for the bills.
You withdraw?
No.
All right. We're going to pro con it. Pro the objections. Barrickman. Con is McClellan. Barrickman, 1 minute whenever you're ready.
For our Day at the Capitol event, we want to show as much support as possible for each of these bills that we've passed through Senate. So I think it would be kind of crummy to go from like 26 to 1 to 0 to like 25 to 2 to 0, or 24 to 2 to 0, because I think we lost somebody along the way. Just because there's a single individual that's voting against on two different bills, and without knowing who that person is, and I don't think we should necessarily know yet, but like I don't want to water down our support for the bills overall.
Deal McClellan, 1 minute whenever you're ready.
I mean, voting records are public, so I'm pretty confident I know exactly it was the same individual for both. So there's no reason not to see these as a block.
All right, decorum. Alrighty, we are now in voting procedures. Pro the objection is Barrickman, so that's a yes. Con is to see them as a block. McClellan. Alrighty, vote count of 6, 21 to 0. The objection fails. So now we're going to see resolution 5432 and 5433 as a block. Chair Temple.
All right, so final two. Thank God. But anyway, that was a bit of a slip. My apologies. It's been a long day. But anyway, 5132 and 5432 and 33 were seen. Of course, I don't need much need to repeat myself. Although I would like to hear more discussion since there was a nay vote. I will yield to questions.
Now online for questions. Chair Trainer.
May I direct a question to Senator Domino?
You may.
Did you find that article at all or no?
Oh yeah, I have it. Sorry. I can attach it as like a citation formatting thing, or I can email blast it. I don't know like specifically how you guys want it attached, but I do have it. So I can either citate it like a paper or
Deal McClellan.
In the minutes, underneath the bill that it's for, probably be best.
Just a clarifying question, Chair Trainer. Are you trying to get the like where the article came from in the resolution, or just?
So it just says in an article, it states the continuation of blah, blah, blah. I just wanted to clarify it and just put the source instead of an article, because it could be any article in the whole internet.
So as a hypothetical, if it was like CNN, according to CNN, ... Okay. Still in line for questions. Seeing no questions, Vice Chair Alt.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to go to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'll see, Senator Barrickman, what you mentioned, the technical about the line spacing as a friendly. Senator Barrickman.
And can we also like agree on formatting for the Stop Woke Act? It's mentioned like several times in 5433 and like in various ways and forms.
Brody.
If it helps ease your mind, we always look at the formatting afterwards and fix things that need to be fixed. So, yeah.
Cool.
Still in debate. Vice Chair Spalding.
Move to vote.
Motion to vote. Objection. Withdraw.
I withdraw.
Deal McClellan.
I thought I should explain the vote against, since that was for that. Simply speaking, and I'm not going to debate too much on the matters themselves. I'm sure this will surprise nobody, but I'm not in favor of abortion, and I do not think we should go against the Stop Woke Act particularly. So that is why I voted against those two bills. They're going to pass anyway. That's how it's going to be, but my vote will be in nay.
All right, still in line for debate. Anyone wishing to debate? Pro Tem Foster.
Move your vote.
There's a motion to vote. Objection?
Yeah.
Sure,
Sorry,
Tyler.
I just got the source from Domino, so I just want to put that in real quick and then see it as an amendment.
Okay.
Sorry, trying to get that in. Move to see my amendment. Amendments as a block.
Are they all technicals? I'll see them as technical. Still in debate. Chair Noble.
If all amendments are done, I move to vote on the block of bills.
There's a motion to vote on resolution 5433 and 5434. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're there. Alrighty, with the vote count of 25 to 1, resolution 5433 and resolution 5434 pass favorably on third reading. Yep. Alrighty. Proclamations, none. Special acts, none. Senate forum. Senator Yalmachili is gone. Senator Costas.
Hi everyone. This Sunday there is a cleanup happening with at Lake Underhill, and it would just be getting a little muddy, but doing some good for the Florida environment. If you would like to come to that, please let me know. You can contact me. And also, I might not get Foster's Fit Check, but I am going to give myself a shout out for wearing this awesome shirt from the Florida Prison Education Project, which you can get if you're part of the team. But that's it.
Sorry. Alrighty. Vice Chair Spalding.
Yes. So I wanted to say this earlier when Beyond was here, but it's okay, I'll tell him later. I spoke with Brody today about writing a resolution to increase CAPS funding, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, it does come from G&E funds or ENG funds or something of that nature. So I did want to put that out there, and just for anyone that wanted to work alongside me, that wanted to contribute their research. I know that this was something I had in my back pocket during the 53rd session when I was speaking with former President and Vice President Megan Austin. So this has been something I wanted to do for quite some time. I kind of got a little bit distracted with the whole garage thing because that became my primary focus, but I did just want to put that out there for any senator that would like to work with me on increasing CAPS funding.
All right, Chair Boris.
Yeah, so I already wrote something, but to kind of piggyback off of Spalding, one of the main things when it comes to like donations for CAPS is that it's not one of the first things on the front page of the day of giving. So if you can get it on the front page, CAPS will be funded a lot better than it has been. I've already spoken to a few people about that. So that might be a place to start along with the resolution, because it gets things done now where like the ENG funds are pretty difficult to change right now. And then it comes to my actual Senate forum. I'm holding a sexual wellness bingo tomorrow night. We have $1,000 worth of sex toys. That are actual sex toys, dildos, vibrators, tons of stuff. I also have 750 condoms. So come out and learn and have fun. If anyone wants to table the like women's caucus, I texted Yashika about it. I don't know. She didn't respond. But if anyone wants to table, feel free to come. There's been some issues with the Stop Woke Act kind of preventing us from doing some things. It's already affecting us today. Even in OSI, where I'm not even MST or LGBTQ plus services. So we kind of don't have as many people as we thought we would. So yeah.
I will add that while, yes, funny subject matter, sexual wellness is very important. So I know y'all are doing great with that from everything that I've been told. So definitely try to go to that. Senator Caldwell.
Hey, y'all. I'm the labor guy. So I'm announcing that on Friday, the 24th at 2 p.m. at Rollins College on Bush Lawn, there's going to be a rally for Sodexo workers who are attempting to unionize at the Rollins College food service on campus, basically. Just some little background about why they so badly need a union. There are people there who have worked there for 25 years that are making $15 an hour, while people who just got hired are making $15.50. Additionally, every large break at the school, such as winter break, they don't schedule anyone. And then over summer, they fire their entire staff and then contest their unemployment applications over the summer. So they can't get unemployment. And then just rehire them again. So there's basically no federal restrictions. So it'd be great if you could come out. We're going to be doing a march. There'll be some like poster making before the rally, basically calling on Sodexo to recognize the union, showing the workers there who have been terrified by management that keeps making illegal threats towards them that like, hey, students and community members, both students at Rollins, students at UCF, people in Orlando as a whole support them and will have their back no matter what happens. So if you care about workers' rights, you care about people standing up for themselves, you should definitely come out to this. And there's a little flyer there that you can click on the link.
Alrighty, Chair Temple.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So ILA Elementary did speak about this in their Senate forum, but there was two significant earthquakes back to back in the Turkey and Syria region, and as a result, roughly 21,000 people have died because of that. And we have actually been receiving some individuals in the student government office this week about those. And I just want to put that on everybody's radar to help this community out as much as they feasibly can, even if it means doing something as like writing a proclamation to bring more awareness to them, or working with certain organizations like IMO or Lebanese Student Association with regard to this, because it is a truly traumatic incident. I can't really compare it to that of Typhoon Rai that hit the Philippines a year ago, but it is infinitely worse. And it is in a region that is, it is in a region that does not have as much advanced infrastructure as that of the United States, where it can actually recover much quicker. It will take almost at least a few years for them to recover. And even then, the political and social effects will be catastrophic. So I do encourage you all to not only read up on this, but also try and reach out to any organizations and individuals that are looking to find any method of humanitarian aid to these two countries. Thank you.
Alrighty. Just briefly, I'm first going to just pose a question to Chair Temple to start this off. When it came to Day at the Capitol planning, because I'm also well aware, did student government get to pick the date and time in which we were able to do Day at the Capitol?
Unfortunately, I came in too late. I came in SGLC. I started working with GAP in the fall, so the date had already been chosen. This year, though, we were not chosen. We could not choose that date. Government relations, at least as far as I'm concerned, according to the GAC, chose that date on our behalf, and it was already set in stone.
Hey, yeah. So we did not get to choose Day at the Capitol. The timing this year, it's pretty late in the year. For those of you who might be aware, also was chosen in the middle of Ramadan. So we have a student population that is going to have extreme difficulty participating in Day at the Capitol this year. The reason why I felt the need to speak about this is because, frankly, I'm tired. We literally seen an exact same resolution last year about a different issue when it came to finals and Ramadan. And this year, looking at it from an administrative perspective with no input from us, I can specify I was GAP chair over summer. The dates for not just this year, but the next couple of years have already been chosen by government relations. Why that's the case, couldn't tell you. Well, I could tell you because they want it to become a photo op. Because what they don't want is us going up there and actually lobbying for things. What they want is for us to take nice pictures with Nitro and President Cartwright while we watch everything that we care about die in committee. That's what they really want us to do. They won't admit it, but I would love to sit down with Janet Owen and talk about that because once again, administration has found a way to take a segment of our population and make it incredibly difficult for them, particularly a community that remains under attack like every other marginalized group to be able to participate fully in this. I think that it's incredibly important, whether it's the next body, obviously I will not be here, or the next president, whoever it is, to actually speak to government relations and push back on the fact that they've done this. Every year prior to this, student government has been able to set the date for Day at the Capitol, or at least has had significant involvement in the choosing of that. This year, we were not. contrary to what some might say, it had nothing to do with the fact that we didn't have a GAC for a while. They decided to do this just because. And to me, now that I'm aware of the fact that that falls on that time, especially when we wanted it to be way earlier or later than when it is currently, frustrates me because it tells me that this administration doesn't actually bother to talk to the communities on campus to make sure that we can be as inclusive as possible. So just wanted to kind of put out there, again, I will not be here to be able to make this point, but I think it's sad that we're nearing almost a year since Chair Holmes' amendment when it came to finals week. And once again, a major event at UCF is inaccessible or at the very least extremely difficult for a population of students who care, who genuinely do care, to be able to advocate for themselves. I hope, again, in the future, they'll actually listen and bother to actually communicate with us because frankly, Day at the Capitol should not be based off of Cartwright's availability because that played a role. It should be based off of the student body's availability. And I would really hope that this body advocates for that as much as it can going forward and pressures our administration, both administratively and our student government administration, to fight hard to make sure that in the future that's taken into account because frankly, I think it's ridiculous. But yeah, with that, I'm already expecting an angry email from that, but we're still in Senate forum. Chair Almanar.
You tell him, Dylan. For the sentiments, it's really obvious why they picked the date of the Capitol, why they've done in the future. It's because they don't want us to actually lobby, as Dylan said. They pick it right after all the committees actually happen, where any student lobbying that we do would have been effective, would be dead. Last year at the Capitol, me and Dylan were in the same group, and we were lobbying for the Asian American Pacific Islander education bill, and we had the opportunity to speak directly to the chair of the committee, OSBC, to be heard. We got off the bus, had 5 minutes to get organized and go straight to the guy's office. We get there, we meet with him. First thing we talk about, and he looks us straight in the eye and tells us, no, that bill's being killed. We're going to see it next year, maybe. And so it's unfortunate that the university gives us a quote unquote opportunity to lobby when it's just, as Dylan said, they just want us to go do a photo op.
Senator Cole.
Yeah, I want to extend on that a little bit because a lot of times, you all know I've worked on some lobbying legislation. We get told oh, you have Day at the Capitol. That's when students lobby. And clearly that isn't the case. Additionally, I sent those emails a while ago, been following up, basically playing email tag, trying to get meetings with the administration for going on a month now or more, left multiple voicemails. If they actually care about student priorities being seen in our government, they need to start showing it now instead of spending student funds on private lobbying firms and gutting the few opportunities students have to actually speak our mind and represent our community in our state legislature in such a gerrymandered state.
I just add to finalize this point that I do know, despite this, that Chair Temple and the GAP committee are going to work as best as they can to make it as effective as we possibly can. We would have wanted it to be, I don't know, committee week would have been a good time to actually go up there instead of halfway, almost 3/4 of the way through the session, which is what we originally wanted, but we're told it was already set. But I know that Chair Temple and GAP are going to work as best as they can with what we do have. So I don't want any of this to diminish the work that they are going to be doing, especially with the resolutions we just passed. But yes, the frustration stands. I'm going to go Chair Holmes and then Chair Temple.
I'm not one to stir the pot, but I'm definitely going to agree with what Chair Hall stated. I thought it was very sus that Chair Temple did not hear from those who were setting the Day at the Capitol date in stone. It was pretty early that they did, which is good that they set the date early, but the fact that Chair Temple did not have any direct dialogue with them or them reaching out to him regarding the date was very suspicious to me. So I'm definitely going to say that. And I did want to speak on the whole entire situation with Ramadan and things like that. I did introduce a resolution last year, but I would say a month or two from now regarding the accommodations. I was in communication with administration, and then MSA and I got ghosted for a few months regarding the situation. I've been in here and there contact with MSA, but I'm really trying to see if we can get those accommodations for exams, because the fact that there were articles written on it and then administration reached out to us and then administration ghosted us, it's just getting ridiculous at this point. I'm not trying to get us in trouble or anything, but I just think it's absolutely absurd that we can't get accommodations for just exams that are something that they can directly control. So I did send an email out to MSA again to see if they've heard anything. So if anybody would like to speak with me to see if we can continue pushing, because I don't think journal articles and resolutions are doing enough right now. So.
And then I also just want to clarify before we go to Chair Temple that just for everyone's awareness, GAC McLean also did not have any control over the date. So that's not the focus of that energy. I know frustration, but let's make sure that we're not directing it at the wrong person. I'm going to go to Chair Temple. And then if we want to continue this, I would encourage us to move to Senate deliberations for that. Chair Temple.
Yeah, I did want to finalize that as well, because it's true. GAC McLean and I had received that word about the dates as soon as we came into our positions, which was a lot longer until we should have received it. And it kind of threw off our whole game initially on how we wanted to plan our strategy for this. But nevertheless, I've tried my best to get over it. I'm still furious that they set the date as that, especially since it leads to the whole logistical nightmare that is that most of the GAP committee in this session may not even be in this session, in the next session when Day at the Capitol is actually held. March is our cutoff date for the 54th and transition into the 55th officially. And there are some members who have that information and the knowledge that would be pivotal in lobbying, because they're the ones that have done all the research. And they're the ones that have compiled the resolutions. They're going to be the ones that are compiling all the briefs. And as much as I really, really, really detest that, that's all right. Because at the end of the day, that is a decision that has been made by us, by government relations. We have to work with that. And my God, am I going to try my best to make sure the GAP committee pushes out as much information that students can come away with as much as possible, not the least bit just so they can lobby on the bills that we are seeing, but also to come away with skills and policy analysis, lobbying skills, anything that you can put under the sun when it comes to Day at the Capitol. I want to make sure that students are aware of those and they can become more educated, more well-rounded citizens in this state. That being said, still very annoyed at that, but it's what we have to work with.
Pro Tem Foster.
Move to Senate deliberations.
There's a motion to go to Senate deliberations. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Senate deliberations. Senator Costas.
I did add following up on Castellan's bill, but because we're talking about Day at the Capitol right now, I know what Dylan said is very important, but I think before we clap,
Senator Costas, before we do, you got a motion to go into
motion for like the time.
Senate deliberations is 20 minutes.
Okay. Can you repeat the motion I have to make?
Just motion to enter Senate deliberations.
Motion to enter Senate deliberations.
There's a motion to enter Senate deliberations. Are there any objections? Seeing none, 20 minutes starts now. Senator Costas.
I appreciate that. I was just going to say, I think before we clap for what Dylan said, we just acknowledge the fact that all of us are here in this space right now. We all are voicing very important sentiments, but I just think we need to ask ourselves, what are we going to do about it? Because we have all these amazing things that we want to do that keep getting dismissed, and they only keep getting dismissed because we tolerate it. So are we going to keep tolerating it, or are we going to have a discussion right now with all of us as to what we are going to do to make sure that these students are not left behind who want to go to Day at the Capitol, and that student voices are being heard as to when Day at the Capitol will be?
All right, for context, everyone going forward, I'm just going to have a 2-minute timer so that we maximize how many people can speak. But with that, I'm going to go Vice Chair Hurl first.
Sorry, I was just going to ask a question because I've never been in Senate deliberation. Can you explain, like, do we just all talk on what Costas has brought for 2 minutes?
It's a great learning moment. Yeah. So Senate deliberations doesn't happen often. I believe the only other time was yours, Vice Chair Spalding. Basically, Senator Costas' motion to enter Senate deliberations. It's a period of 20 minutes. How long someone speaks is at the speaker's discretion, but generally it's been about 2 minutes. That's what Speaker Custis did before me. And basically what we can talk about for the next 20 minutes is set aside for what specifically has been outlined. So that's following up on Vice Chair Castellan's bill. I would assume it's the Stop Woke resolution, as well as the day at the Capitol things that we were talking about before. But yeah, so with that, did you want to speak or was it just that? Okay. I'm going to go Vice Chair Spalding first.
I didn't want to no. I know that we get very passionate about what we're talking about, and that's entirely fine. I love that passion, but let's remember to be respectful of other people's opinions and like just keep it a very calm and like, again, respectful environment. That's all.
Alrighty. I'm going to go Senator Caldwell and then Chair Tubman.
Yeah, I think a point I want to make when we're talking about the administration's lack of response or active ignoring of the things this body puts forth is that in a lot of ways we permit it to happen. I posted an Orlando Sentinel article in the group me the other day. That article largely happened because as a senator, when I reached out to a reporter I knew, they were happy to report on what our body was doing. One of the biggest powers we have when we don't have direct control of how our university's astronomical budget is spent is to show the public the issues at our university. A lot of times this body feels very much like people role-playing as people with power. We like to pretend our demands have impact. How many things have we talked about that would increase safety on campus, lower the economic burden our students face, that see basically no action from our administration? I think in this session, a lot has changed about the culture of Senate. In a lot of ways, this has been one of the most activist Senates that's really ever been, at least in my time at the university. A Senate that's like gone forward and actually pushed for things, demanded meetings with the university, and been even adversarial at sometimes. We got meetings after the hurricane because we were adversarial. I almost got meetings with the legislation around lobbying because we had hundreds of signatures and were adversarial. And then once it became clear that winter break was happening, things died off, communication dried up. I think this is largely because we're not wielding our power like we should. We are empowered by students. We should use it. Use this body, the recordings that are public, the statements that are public, to call out our university when it's not respecting students. It's not disrespectful to make sure the people who are appointed to govern us, oversee our education and our well-being while we're here actually do their jobs to their fullest extent, rather than prioritizing various vanity projects or things the students don't actually really care about. So I really encourage you all, especially those who do end up coming back for the next session, to keep that in mind. It's not just about the resolutions. It's about making the people with actual power to do things about them do those things. And those can't be done just by passing things. They're done by getting the media coverage
Briefly.
and getting the people power organized around it.
Chair
Yeah, since we're also discussing Day at the Capitol, there is, I'm sure Senator Caldwell has much more information on this, saying it's something he's very passionate about. But the lobbying firm that the university uses that will be being used as trainings for the students going to Day at the Capitol, given we just passed our like priorities right now, and we are going to be lobbying for things that are fairly liberal in thought. Gray Robinson is a more conservative lobbying firm from what I understand, and they have members who work on the DeSantis team and work to defend DeSantis in court. So there's a level of hypocrisy of the university having them be kind of in charge of our teaching the students how to lobby when in fact they're probably one of our biggest opponents in courts when it comes to the things we are lobbying for. That's information like we should all know, is that they're not on our side. They're not going to be on our side. They might smile at us, but they're sure as heck not happy what we're going to be lobbying for, given that they've gone on record to say stuff like DeSantis is the hardest working governor in all the United States. So let that be known.
Vice Chair Hall.
Yeah, I don't really speak out on many political things, mainly because I don't know really how. I am very passionate about a lot of stuff that happens here in Florida because most of it is something I strongly disagree with. However, like I think a lot of people don't know where to start, me including. I don't know how to use my voice, if that makes sense. So if anyone wants to give any advice, I need help on that end on figuring out how to being able to articulate what I am passionate about and how I can actually make a change for the people I represent.
So I'm gonna get the jump on Aloe here before they go on their as seen on TV ad and their announcements. My recommendation to you, Vice Chair Hurrell, would be to stay on top of the news and read as many news sources as you feasibly can. And that doesn't have to mean like you scope in on one specific side of it. So like I would strongly advise against that actually. So like look at different sources across the spectrum. So like say in the far left, you can see Mother Jones. In the center, you can see The Hill. Center left, Politico, NBC, CNN. And then on center right, Fox News, for example. But I do want to avoid the pundits though. That's my tip on that.
Pro Tem Foster.
Yield my time to Senator Caldwell.
Yeah, thank you first. But I will mildly disagree with Temple here. We can talk about individual education and individual action all we want, but not a single one of us has power compared to the people with real power in this society. I'll say this 1,000 times over because I meet hundreds, if not thousands of people who share my politics, but do nothing but post about it. You are powerless alone. Join an organization. You know, obviously I can plug the things I'm involved in, but if you care about HB7, I know Tasha is working with a coalition of queer groups across campus to fight back in regards to that and working with Grace to do that amazing work. So talk to them if you want to, but don't do things alone. I think if anything, this should teach us that just speaking our mind isn't enough. You need to organize, agitate, and mobilize the people in your communities to demand change. Everything that happens in this world happens because average people put little parts towards it. And when people refuse to put in their labor, their time, their effort, things stop working. Each and every one of us has no individual power, but together we have every ounce of power. And realizing that and using it together is how we actually make change. So join an org. Find what you're passionate about. I'd say if you really want to see what changes people's lives, come do labor organizing with me. But there's a million things you can do, and I'd love to talk to you about it after the session.
Vice Chair Castle.
First, thank you, Caldwell, for saying all of those words. Very inspiring. But I just want to first address what Dylan just brought up to the floor about Day at the Capitol being held during Ramadan. I think it's very disheartening to hear because I know that's a community that's been repeatedly neglected by the university, not just because of the exams last year, but even like initiatives like Sarah's been trying to do this year, initiatives I've been trying to do with them this year as well, like getting more food options like those. It's like admin has always kind of tried to lead us on and like make us think something was going to happen, but I've been ghosted as well to testify to that experience as well. It just seems that the hopes of that community is just continuously being neglected, and it's really getting annoying at that part. So I know from that perspective, I really would love to do something. I don't know if anything with the date could be compromised because of what Dylan said, but if we could do anything, I would really love to be a part of that. And regarding what we're talking about of using our voice and using our public positions, like as Caldwell said earlier, like we need to do more, show the public that we are being mistreated by the administration, unfortunately, and our Senate powers are kind of not really following through as they should. So I do think we should, if we need to call things out where they need to be called out and have more bark for our bite, I think that's something we need to move forward as soon as possible, which is why I was trying to send out the resolution today, and I saw different ways we could, I did not notice, but I saw that the Board of Trustees meeting is a public forum. So if anybody would want to be a part of that, I feel like that's one way we could, try to have our voices be more heard, or, just if we need to call this out to journalists as well, I think that's something we could probably try to encourage and move on. Because like I said, if it needs to happen, it needs to happen. But I definitely do think we need to have more of a abstaining and a resisting front as well.
Sure, Chris.
Yeah, just kind of in relation to Gray Robinson. I don't know if you guys know, but they're paid $61,500 out of the student union's revenue. Just if no one knew that, might be important to also talk about when you do these things.
Sarkazas.
As we navigate this conversation, I'd like to bring up a term that one of my favorite authors used in an article he released recently. Chris Hedges uses the term woke imperialists to label basically, as an example, the university may have pride buses all over the place, but if the Florida State Legislature does something that harms the LGBTQ community, there is no real discussion or refutation as to what the state might be doing, but they will consistently pander to the identities of the various demographics on campus while forgetting the impacts that those demographics will be facing as a result of state and federal legislation. So I think we need to understand the university might do things that make us think, oh, look, they're appealing to us or these certain communities, but behind the scenes, they don't really care what happens to these different communities because they know it's the in thing, is marketing to as many groups as possible.
Just for this, so I can speak, I'm going to relinquish the gavel temporarily. Pro Tem Foster.
Speaker Hall.
Yeah, with the 2 minutes that I have, I just want to use the time to emphasize that activism needs to be deliberate and it needs to involve actually engaging with the communities that we're advocating for. I think the flip side of this is, while yes, admin has been very much a brick wall at times, it's also incumbent upon us to make sure that we're following up on our own information, our own advocacy. Like for instance, this year, finals don't fall on Ramadan. That's more just happened to be the case. I don't know if that was deliberate by UCF, but what that means is that we need to maintain constant communication with the groups that we engage with on campus and engage with in the wider community. I also think as you kind of navigate this conversation, specifically with the Day at the Capitol thing, that I think it's important to make sure that voices that are affected are brought up, particularly Muslim students on campus, to kind of gauge from them to hear, if the university, obviously at this point it's set in stone, but if the university had the ability in the future to not schedule Day at the Capitol on Ramadan or during the month of Ramadan, is that something that they would like to see us advocate for? I think that something that's important is making sure that when we advocate, we're making sure that we're uplifting the actual voices that are impacted, to make sure that it doesn't kind of become a who can kind of chase I'm the person fighting for this group, I'm the person doing this, the person doing that. And I know that that's not our intention, but I think sometimes it can come off that way with the way that we advocate for things. And so I think that something that's very incumbent upon us in terms of just being constructive about it is making sure that we're actually engaging with these communities and making sure that, for instance, when we were talking about the Eid legislation, MSA came themselves to speak about the legislation. They should not have had to do that in the first place. But at the same time, our goal is to create a platform and an ability for them to do just that. So something as we kind of near the end here, I just want us to kind of think about as we go forward with any of this kind of stuff. With that,
passing the gavel back.
right. Anybody else wishing to speak? Seeing none, is there a motion? Does it just end? Okay. With that, moving along to advisors report, Brody.
All right. I don't have any true announcements for you all. I just want to basically applaud the work that you all did. Specifically, half an hour ago, my intention was to applaud the work you all did on the Day of the Capitol resolutions. They're large and complex and advocate for many, many different things. And I think that is one of the things we do every year that is very important. And I applaud your work in that. Now, I will also add just strictly the conversation you all just had, I think is important. I think it's important to discuss the issues that you all are seeing, whether yourselves or the students that you represent, but then also to discuss how you are discussing and approaching those issues. I think that this is a conversation that it's unfortunate that it happens when you only have about a month and a half left, but hopefully it can continue to happen repeatedly, and hopefully the next session can hear this conversation and have it earlier in their session and multiple times to continue to evaluate and reevaluate the Senate's process. Because I think that's critical, and I am proud of you all for doing that work. So that is all for me. Are there some senator shout outs? As a remnant of last week, I will encourage you to shout out extraordinary behavior as we go through. Trainer.
Shout out Ryan McCollum for the amazing trumpet today.
All right. Caldwell.
Yeah, I want to shout out Chair Temple. A lot of you have probably noticed I wasn't as present as I sometimes have been, and I especially have missed the last couple of GAP meetings. I was going through some family stuff, and Ethan was more than accommodating and really made it clear that I can take care of the stuff that was going on in my personal life first. So I really appreciated that, especially when it's not something that had to happen. And also all the folks at LJR who approved my absence requests.
Love it. Nick.
We have a couple this week. First, D-Like McClellan ran SLC really good today. Everybody was really engaged. I was actually really surprised. So shout out to D-Like McClellan. Oh, she's not in the room. Shout out to ELA. Oh, there she is. Shout out to ELA DeMarla. We've had a couple conversations this week. She's really funny. So if you don't know her, you should definitely talk to her. DJ Patel is not here, but I love his work with the IM teams. We've had a lot of people from judicial come out, a couple people from exec come out. So when it comes to getting people together, he's a great person to do that.
All right, Costas.
Just quick shout out to Senator Caldwell. It has been a long time since he's given a fantastic rant like that, but it was very important, and I hope y'all could learn something from it. I definitely did. So shout out to you, Evan. Real top G.
Spalding.
Okay. It's a limit of 2, just to make that clear. Right?
You can do whatever you want.
Okay.
We have so much extra time tonight. So
No, we don't.
Take your time. Lean in.
No, we don't. So my first shout out is to FAO for getting through tons of allocations in under an hour. We did really good. My second shout out is to Chair Harrell, if I'm not mistaken, Vice Chair Harrell, just for asking how to use your voice to advocate for people, because a lot of people would be scared to ask how to use your voice. And also there are people that are just scared to use your voice, period. And so when you use your voice, that you don't use it just for yourself, but you use it for those around you that are affected or that just want to help those affected. So I think that's really cool if you don't want to get more involved. And so I just commend you for that extraordinary behavior.
We love people that ask for help when they need it. Dwayne.
Hi. So I know it was already done in the chat, but I wanted to do my senator shout out to Vice Chair Grace Castellan. Congratulations on getting the legislation into the Orlando Weekly. I'm fairly new to SG, so I'm not entirely sure how much other legislation have made it into the papers outside of the university. So that is why I'm shouting you out. And then I did want to extend a personal message that you're going to receive your accolades, but you're also going to receive some discontent at the same time. Don't let it stunt you personally, professionally, or academically. Continue to grow and do the great advocacy that you're doing. And that if you ever need anything, personally, I'm here on either front. But with that, as I told you last week, you can't make change without a little noise. So congratulations and continue doing the great work.
All right. Sounds for that for sure. JC.
I want to shout out Allo. I saw Allo tabling on Wednesday, and they let me know about this great club they're in called Cypress Grove that publishes students' works of writings. I got to read their poem. I will not comment because I know Allo doesn't want me to, but it was very good, and I encourage everyone to look into it. It's amazing.
And if you're curious more, FAO will be seeing an allocation by Cypress Dome very soon. Hopefully, assuming they've actually submitted that. Uchoa.
Yeah, my shout out today goes to Disher Patel, who isn't here today, for a couple reasons. First of all, he did an excellent job with the IM, now setting up flag football as well. So 3 sports, that's great. And the second one, of course, is for giving us money. He should probably do that with flag football too. Everyone makes money, everyone's happy. Yeah.
Again, we do not condone gambling. Demarla.
Shout out to Allo. I didn't know their our writing was in Cypress Dome because I went to their table and I got all 5 volumes because I thought it was cool and they were giving it for free. So if you see them table, you can get like really cool poetry all for free. And then my second shout out is to Sierra because I think she does so much amazing work, like crazy, and she also just like has such an amazing way to talk and like knows exactly what to say, and she's just like she does amazing work. I love talking to her.
Yeah, since we've had 2, I'm going to give more explanation. Allo was published in last year's Cypress Dome and is this year's editor-in-chief of the Cypress Dome. Inevitably, this year's edition will have a launch party probably sometime in April. And inevitably, Allo's going to have to speak in front of people. So that'll be really fun for all of us to go to. All right, Foster.
Okay, I hate when people have to go back and do another shout out, but I missed my most important one. So I'm gonna just do it one time. I want to give a shout out to Netta. My birthday was December 15th, and she said she was gonna make me brownies. She was supposed to bring me brownies on December 15th. It's currently February 9th, and today I received those brownies.
Love it. You're up.
I wanted to shout out Women's Caucus. Kind of sad I have to leave, but I have a lab during the time and I don't want to mess up their quorum anymore. But I wanted to shout them out. And then I also wanted to shout out the advising team for working with me. I guess it was technically last week, but also this week, and helping me feel more comfortable.
Always. All right. Any other shout outs? Holmes?
I apologize, but I have a few. First one is my boy Eric Castillo, man. Thank you for recording my race. I won. If you know, you know. And let me see. Vice Chair Castellan. I hate to be the one to say your own news, but she got accepted into a summer program for a master's program. So my other one is Senator Domino. Not only did he buy me a Pizookie on Tuesday, but he gave me amazing life advice. I appreciate him so much. If you ever get a chance to talk to Senator Domino, please do. It will change your life. He's amazing. And he's going to go see Beyonce this year. So, And lastly, to Akila, amazing conversations with Akila. Love you so much. And to that question in there, I do not sleep. And if I do sleep, it's on the weekends. So.
All right. Castle.
First, 2 shout outs to Dylan and Caldwell and Costas for, their inspirational words. Very, fired me up. You guys should be motivational speakers, in my opinion. And then 2, shout out to both Senator Domino and Chair Holmes for those compliments. You guys can't see, but my heart has melted and I'm blushing. You guys just can't see it, but thank you for those as well.
Shout out to Netta and Aquila, Wednesday night pizza.
All right, we will leave that as ambiguous as it is. I'm going to give a quick shout out to the 4 current senators who filled out their Senate application packet during this meeting. So good work to those. All right, Ethan, take it away.
It's a question for you. I don't have a limit, do I?
No, you can do whatever you want. We got time.
Thank God. All right, I'll make this quick.
Take a bathroom break if you need one,
Hey, he's gonna set a limit after this, fine. I can care less. Anyway, the first, of course, is got to go to Gap because you guys are just fantastic. We got through those large, complex resolutions in a span of 2 weeks, and we got them in tonight. Fantastic work, all of you. ORS in general, I need to make up for last time because I wanted to shout you guys out, but a certain somebody here kind of limited me to that. Actually, 2 certain somebodies because another one shut down my mic. As chair trainer for actually editing all the resolutions. Thank you. I should probably hire you as a chief editor for Gap from here on out. Vice Chair Duke, of course, I should have added you with the Gap afterwards, but you, like I said, you had done more than enough and more than what I expected of you in this last meeting because there was a lot of discussion and you held your ground and actually typed out very, very good minutes. So props to you. D-Leg McClellan, I don't know where to really start. Aside from good work with SLC, I heard a lot of great work and came out of that. And also, of course, as always, fantastic trumpet. So Ayala Yalamachili, of course, they had been injured throughout the entire week, yet they still managed to show up in the office and almost give me a heart attack each and every time they came in. But that just goes to show how dedicated they are to student governments. I wanted to shout out the IM soccer team, but unfortunately, I did not actually place a bet against them. I'm not sure that's a good thing or a bad thing. But either which way, they did actually hold their own in the last game that I saw, and they played very well. Yeah, I'm not going to say what the score is, just for the sanctity of Disa Patel. But finally, I wanted to shout out Senators Donovan and Vice Chair Castellan for the work that they've been doing. Donovan, you've been fantastic in Gap, taking charge of your team and actually taking the initiative to actually trim down the resolutions. I was very happy to see that because, well, we needed more people on those. And of course, Vice Chair Castellan, excellent work with the Stop Woke Act resolution and getting yourself in the Orlando Weekly. If you ever want to work on some more resolutions like that, I'd be more than happy to work with you moving forward again.
All right, I was actually able to read Al's entire poem during that time, so perfect. Trainer.
Sorry, I forgot one last shout out, and this goes to our pickup IM kickball team, the confused soccer players. We lost 3-8, and we had to play with a deflated kickball that went out every single kick. But you know what? We held strong, and our spirit was high. So,
all right, all about the high spirits. Yeah, Akila.
I'd like to point out that I don't think we lost because the ball was literally like a frisbee. Like it was so deflated. They had to put duct tape on it every 5 seconds. They had 3 balls on rotation, and then they ended up using a soccer ball because none of the kickballs would be alive, and we just got mudded. It was not fun.
I mean, hey, y'all are seeing funding for the RWC next week, so address that.
But we had really cool. Oh, sorry, not to interrupt. We had really cool action things. What are they called? I don't know. Yeah. There were some really cool moments. I think we did pretty good for a deflated ball. We did really good.
I was just gonna shout out the winning volleyball team because we're doing pretty well right now. So you should come out and watch, even though it's at 9:50, which is pretty late. But it's fine.
I just do have to clarify because this is on a live stream recorded. There is no personal will or malintent with the budget. No repercussions will be had against or retribution will be taken out against the RWC during the funding process. I just got to clarify that real quick, just to make sure. Although the thought may have crossed some people's minds, not mine, some people's.
No, I was trying to say give them extra money so they actually can get some kickballs because apparently that's a concern. All right. Any other shout outs? Wonderful. I will pass it off to my team here.
Hello, everyone. I actually have fun announcements. I mean, not so fun, but announcements instead of like, please set up a one-on-one with me. So yeah, great work, everyone. Very proud of each and every one of you. So I was talking to a couple of you about like earthquake relief and dropping off items and stuff like that. And so I do have a location now. If you want to click on that flyer, it has a location on there and then things that they're looking for. And if you don't want to make the drive all the way out there or you're not able to, then you can give the items to me, or like, I don't want to say leave them in Brody's office, but if you want to do that, then I will pick them up from there. So you can tell your friends, like give them my number if you want to. And I will make sure that it gets there. What else? Oh yeah. So they're having a bake sale on campus also next week. I'm not sure who. The guy's name is Eric. Anyways, he's having a bake sale and all of the proceeds are going to relief as well. If you wanted to go and get treats and also have the money go somewhere good. Yes, if you have a birthday coming up, you can go ahead and ask Pro Temp Foster and see that if you might get a treat, even if it's months and months later. So just let me know if you have a birthday, email me. Maybe I'll make a form for you to fill out. And then, yes, of course, self-care. Make sure that you're sleeping and, relaxing. Watch the Super Bowl if you're into that. Super Bowl is the only time I watch football. So if I'm watching it, then you should too, if you're interested in it. So yes, that is all. Thank you very much.
I'm gonna, one second. Okay, I'm a mess. I'm fixing one of my broken links real quick. Thank you for the person that told me. Shoot. Okay, hi. Sorry, I'm gonna apologize in advance because my announcements are kind of long and mostly nonsense. But first of all, I do want to shout out Vice Chair Harrell because there's no wrong time to start advocacy. And if you need resources, I'm down to chat. Also, Jax has lots of good resources as well about various things. So that. Second of all, if anyone is looking to be further educated on the Stop Woke legislation, I linked a website there. I also linked like a easy handout if you're like, I have no idea what CRT is and this is confusing and I don't want to sift through crap online. Yeah, there's a little flyer there, just a quick rundown of what CRT is and why it's important and some common misconceptions around it. Everything is horrible right now and politics is scary and the world is scary. But I did link some pictures of my cats, so that's always good. In this week's escapades, Simon and Suzu have really been enjoying laying in the sunshine. We've actually started opening our blinds in our house, so that's cool because it's usually really dark and sad in there. My orange cat Simon stole some paper towels from my partner Hollow, and there's a great picture of him looking like a crazy pants. And then my other cat Suzu has been very sleepy lately. I think he doesn't like the cold weather so much. I caught him mid-yawn for that one, and it's pretty good if I say so myself. It is a live photo. Like the one I linked isn't a live photo, but the one I have is a live photo. So if you want that, hit me up. And then I am starting a banned book club through Zeppelin Books, which I've been plugging now for like 3 weeks. Sorry, I have to listen to it again. Censorship is stupid, so you should sign up. I don't care if you hate reading. It's a graphic novel. It's like the easiest thing to read. You can just look at the pictures. And if you don't even want to read the book and you just want to come and drink coffee and sit around while I talk about the book, that's fine too. Although you'll still have to buy one if you want to be part of the book club. So yeah, anyway, join it so I don't have to talk to myself for an hour. I think that's it. You should actually book a one-on-one with Netta. She's really nice to talk to. So, okay.
Alrighty. Are there any questions for our advisors? Seeing none. Miscellaneous business, resignations. I hereby resign Senator DeMarla, Senator Casas, Senator Harrell from the Women's Caucus. And I hereby resign Senator Castillo from ORS. Appointments. I hereby appoint Senator Harrell to the LGBTQ plus caucus. Foster's fit check.
Have it picked out early so we can try and go home a little faster. Really basic fit, but I kind of like it. I'm gonna give the honorable to Vice Chairman Bargy. I like the Yeezys. Don't like Kanye West anymore, but we'll go from there. We actually have twins in the building tonight. If you haven't noticed, Chair Millington and Chair Trainer are actually matching. So we'll give them the number 3 spot. What's better jacket on? Leslie, can you put the jacket on? So you're making me look stupid up here. All right, number 2 spot. I think I'm going to give it to Grace Castellan. You know, I like the outfits tonight. Really classy, really nice. And number 1 spot. This person's never been on the fit check before, or if they have, definitely hasn't gotten number 1. But the sweater is really nice. I gotta give it to Senator Domino.
Senator Domino.
Point of information, I was on your fit check. Thank you. And motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
All righty. There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Vice Chair Harrell. I just encourage, while Vice Chair Harrell is reading, just don't pack up so everyone can hear, and then we'll go from there.
So sorry, I totally forgot that this was my thing tonight. Okay. Trainer.
Here.
Tribble.
Here.
Moda.
Here.
Kira.
Here.
Nimbarji.
Here.
Donovan.
Here.
McClellan.
Present.
Millington.
Present.
Temple.
Here.
Capozzi. Caldwell.
Present.
Spalding.
Present.
Castillo.
Present.
Parmar. Cantrell. Perry.
Here.
Schilla. Butler.
Present.
Bethasia. Simcoe. Campbell. Domino.
Present.
Foster.
Here.
McNutt. Yalman Chili. DeMarlo.
Here.
Patel. Uchoa.
Here.
Borges.
Here.
Bergman.
Present.
Almanar.
Present.
Castellan.
Present.
Hall.
Here.
Holmes.
Present.
Costas.
Here.
Duke.
Here.
Saucedo. Tache. Urea. Oh, that's it. 28 out of 40 quorum is verified.
Hereby adjourn this meeting at 11:15 p.m.